All right. Looks like Mandy's already here. All right. We got one. Moderator, you don't necessarily have to be on camera. You could just be moderator, and if somebody needs kicked off the live stream or something like that, you can also. Yep. I don't know exactly what moderators do, but if somebody goes away, we can kick them off quicker just by having a moderator there. All right. See if I got some sort of notification. Jumping over to YouTube, I saw a notification pop up as soon as I logged in. Okay. All right. 6% Recycle just posted a sticker exchange with Buck Does It. It says it's 2 minutes ago, but I could have swore I saw that first thing this morning. Probably the first time I've logged into this particular computer today. So, all right. Oh, Colin Fuzzle did a neat project. Some sort of vehicle that has wheels that look like umbrellas. I'll have to look into that later. All right. Still just Mandy. Waiting on more people to jump in. Um, so yeah, I've done a little bit of work. Covered the windshield with the fiberglass blanket there. So when I'm welding on the firewall, the slag doesn't burn up the windshield. Even though this windshield's pretty much junk, I don't want to make it further junk because it's the windshield that's in my truck right now, and I don't have the money for another windshield right now. So, um, quick tour. You can see that shiny metal over there. I had to cut part of the firewall off, and that piece of metal actually rounds in, and that becomes the dash support. Um, so it is actually a bigger piece of metal that comes all the way from a lower pinch weld on the firewall, comes up, rolls in, and folds around and becomes the dash support. But when I cut out the firewall that's above it, because it already had rust, I got back there and discovered even more rust on that panel behind it. So I put a new panel in, welded it up. I've got a little bit of grinding and Dremel work left. And once that's cleaned up, I'll be able to put new sheet metal over. Well, I'll hit it with some paint. And then the new sheet metal that goes over it, I'm going to punch holes in it and just spot weld. So instead of stitching the whole thing up, what the factory had was just a little bit of seam sealer between the two panels, and then it was spot welded. The seam sealer, being 30 something years old now, has since dried up and cracked and fallen away. And so that seam sealer is no longer effective. So I'm gonna have to put my own seam sealer back in after I paint that panel, and before I'm gonna have to calculate where to put the seam sealer. So when I weld, I'm not gonna catch the seam sealer on fire. So just getting people caught up on the project. Um, that fiberglass blankets to protect the windshield while I weld. The engine and transmission's back out. Welcome new peoples. We got 3 now. I see 2. I don't see any comments from the third. Don't forget to hit the like button. I just put that banner on there today, so I could change banners as I go, but that's the one that's up running right now. I'm hoping to hear from Toe Mater, no, Mater's Garage, or Picking with Pickle. There we go. Or Mater's Garage. He usually drops by. I've had some other people drop by that were on some of the previous other live streams, but usually I get a 6 or 7 going. The one I did Tuesday, of course, it was 4th of July. I had consistently like one person, sometimes two or three. But I was actually working on the firewall there. I understand that's kind of dull topic there, but some of the live streams where I work and do some wrenching do really well. So I gave it a shot, and of course it was 4th of July, so everybody was probably busy with their families. I get it. Just stuck up here without my family, so I figured I'd give that a shot instead. So uh, it shows I have 3 people. I want to know who the third person is. And let's see. I'll go ahead and throw the invite up there, so if somebody like Picking with Pickle comes in, they can just immediately jump on that. See, it's Rich GT350R. He was on the live stream earlier this week while I was working on the firewall there. So thank you for joining us again. Don't forget to hit the like button. Uh, and if you're a live streamer, a fellow channel there, go ahead and jump on if you want, Rich. We're just getting things started. Rich actually is probably, oh, there we go. Mater's Workshop's up there. Yeah, update to you. You were here Tuesday as well as Rich. Through the blanket up there on the windshield, keep the from yep, keep it from tearing up the windshield with more spatter marks. Um, Not that it had spatter marks before, but it's the windshield's destroyed, but it's the windshield that I have. So, what am I tearing up tonight? Oh, thanks, Mater. Um, Nothing really. I was just gonna jump onto a live stream for a while, see how many people we could get in here, and then maybe after the live stream, I'll go back to working on it. Or oh yeah, she couldn't see the text last time. She could only see the live stream. So yeah, it's I was hoping to get some more people in here to actually get the conversation rolling. Yeah, Mr. Mater, he's does tool reviews, am I correct? And also does a little bit of small engine repair, I think, on his channel. Am I correct, Mater? No Oculus? No, not on this. Not on the live stream. Um, but anyway, yeah, I've just got a little bit of grinding and dremeling work to clean up the panel that I welded in last time, and then I'll get it ready for. Mater's jumping up, so I'll get it ready for the other panel to go on top. Add to stream.
Yeah, small engines, woodworking, a little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Yep.
I'm all over the place as far as when
Well,
it comes to stuff that I do.
that's good. I mean, sometimes it's good to just have variety. And get pigeonholed into one category so much. I don't know.
Right.
The algorithm doesn't agree with me either way sometimes, but maybe I just disagree with the algorithm. I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you about how about we just disagree to disagree?
Agree to disagree with the algorithm. That's what it
Yeah.
is. Because you could push and push and push, and the algorithm's going to do what it wants. But
Yeah. But yeah,
are you
like I said,
ignoring?
small engines. Matter of fact, I've got one. Hopefully, it won't be that much longer. I've got a wood chipper I got to get running again.
Okay.
It's one I got from Harbor Freight several years ago.
Harbor Freight wood chipper. Okay. Yeah.
And it's actually gone up in price since I bought mine.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I think I gave like $4.50 for it. I think it's about $5 or $5.50 now.
Right. I bought one on Amazon. It's the chipper leaf shredder thing, and I found out dried yopons do not go into there very well. They
Ah.
turn into concrete for some
Ooh.
reason. But when they're green, you could shove them right through there. 2-3 inch stalks, whatever. Because
Right.
down in deep East Texas, those yopons just they take over, and so we have an excess of that, and we have to just find means to get rid of it as quick as possible.
Yep.
And if it does dry, it's great. It burns great. But when it's green, that stuff doesn't like to burn. Unlike green pine will burn real quick because that tar.
Right.
Yep. My mom's asking if I'm ignoring her. I'm not. Hi, mom. Love you. So,
But no, I've got no, I got a tree that I actually cut down because a few months ago, someone decided to fly their drone around and they got it stuck up in the tree
oh,
about
okay.
40 feet up.
So you cut the
And
tree down to get the drone, or
yeah, I mean, it was a tree that needed to come down anyways. So it just gave me a good excuse.
was it just a hobby sized drone? Or I would
Yeah,
imagine.
I
Yeah,
would say,
yeah.
but it's just the fact that, that's it. I mean, I got it cut down with, my cobalt battery tools that I've got.
I've had the Cobalt 40 volt saw, and I burned up two of the motors.
Did you?
Yes.
All
I love their weed eater, and the hedge trimmer works great. I haven't burned up any of those motors. I went through a bunch of string on the weed eater, but actually, I think my dad now has the weed eater. So
now, do you have now? Is that the 40 volt or
the
the other
40.
one?
Yes.
Okay, everything I've got is 24 volts.
Okay. I have the 24 volt drill, skill saw, sawzall, little impact, and I actually burned up the bearings in the drill pretty quickly.
Really?
The bearings towards the chuck, they're loose as a goose.
Huh?
Um, I initially bought it. Came with one. I want to say one battery in the kit, and then two batteries I purchased with
Right?
uh, that same day. And the battery that came with the kit never worked. Never took a charge. And of course,
Huh?
I tried to take it back to the store, and they're like, "Oh, you need to call the 1-800 number." And I mean, they couldn't throw me out of the store fast enough. They didn't want to warranty that battery whatsoever.
I
So
don't see. Did you have a receipt and everything?
it was probably 6 months later by the time I made it back to the store. But
Uh,
I mean,
I
it says 5-year warranty or whatever on the batteries, right?
no,
So
3.
3 year.
It's
Still, I
3 year.
mean,
Yeah,
it's
it's
been less
3 year
than two
on
years
the.
still.
It's 3 year on the battery and charger, but the
Yeah,
tool has got a 5 year warranty.
I should probably call the number and warranty the tool and that battery. So
Uh, Actually, if you got your receipt, now you say you bought it was a drill with the battery and everything.
I bought. I want to say I bought a kit with the drill and impact and a battery and the charger. I wanted to
Okay.
get the charger and an initial battery, and then I also the same day I bought the sawzall, the skill saw. I think maybe the leaf blower looking thing for blowing off benches.
All right. Now,
I don't remember what else I got. I got a bunch of the little tools. A jigsaw, and I'd already purchased a router. And
right,
never that's why I bought that stuff, is because I'd already purchased the little router and needed the battery pack to go with it.
right. Now, for me, I the last tool I actually had to take back was the Cobalt string trimmer,
Really?
and somehow the head on it got messed up and everything. So I took it back,
Yeah.
and they said, "Yeah, I had my receipt." They said, "Well, we need to have the charger and the battery that goes with it." I said, "I don't have that with me." They said, "Well, since you bought that as a kit, we need the whole thing." Drove back to the house. I got the battery and the charger and everything. Went back to the
Right?
store. No problem exchanging it. The only thing is that kit came with an extra battery, a bonus free battery. I didn't give them that bonus battery. I kept that
I
one.
wouldn't have either. Yeah.
But that's what you probably should have to do if you can find your receipt.
Just bring
But
the whole
now,
kit back.
right, you'll have to take the whole thing back, and they should not have any problems doing an
Okay.
exchange on it.
Okay.
Okay. So the fact is, you've got the
I
tool and the back,
trying to
as
remember.
long as you've got your receipt showing when you purchased it,
Yeah.
you'll be able to take it back to the store, have no problems.
Bring the whole thing though. Except
You'll
for
have
if you
to take
had the bonus parts, yeah.
right.
It
So I
just
mean, but hey,
yeah.
you'll get brand new all over.
Right. And that's the goal, is just keep that kit together as a kit. I've got at work I have Makita's and Milwaukee's. We even have Harbor Freight battery powered tools. I'm not a fan of those. They are absolute garbage, and they do not warranty their batteries whatsoever. And that's a
Depends
good
on
reason
which
to
one.
not.
Well,
Yeah.
no, it does depend upon which batteries or tool line you've got from Harbor Freight,
Okay. Okay. Well, it's
and
something that my
you still have to have,
previous,
right. Well, you still
you know,
have to have
purchased.
the right. The only thing
Yeah.
is you still have to have a receipt and everything. Uh,
Yeah.
I haven't had any problem taking anything back to Harbor Freight myself. I think I've only taken one item back and showed them my receipt, showed them what the problem was with it. I went and got a brand new one and brought it back up front. All they do was
Yeah.
pay for the extended warranty on that new one. That's it.
Uh, we've gone through 7 generators in 2 years. And they actually appreciate because we actually use our generators and we wear them completely out before we bring them back.
Right.
Uh, their biggest complaint is people that will, "Oh, a hurricane or whatever's coming." They're gonna buy a generator, they buy the little warranty. As soon as the storm's gone, they take it back, and now they're stuck with this generator that basically the people got free rent out of it. You know,
Yeah.
and so they appreciate that we're honest about it. It's like, "Hey, we've gone through 4 pull ropes and, this, that, and the other," and we tell them how much maintenance it's had. It's probably had 4 or 5 oil changes in a year because every
Right.
couple 100 hours we have to change oil. We
Right.
wear
Well,
these generators flat out,
yeah. The
but
only thing that Harbor Freight does require, if you take, say, you've got a gas powered engine, no matter what, the only thing that they require is no fluids in it.
yeah,
So no
dump the
water,
gas out.
no gas, no oil.
Okay, I don't remember them making me dump the oil out, but I know they make us dump the gas out,
Right.
and I had a little bit of a problem with that the first time because I didn't have a gas can with me, and, I was like, "Hey, if you got a funnel or something, I'll go pour it in your car." I just filled up the vehicle I'm driving, and,
Right.
I brought it with full gas thinking that they wanted me to prove that it didn't run. I didn't know. That was my first time
Right.
bringing one back, so yeah, we've gone
Well,
through a lot of tools there. They just don't like to warranty the batteries for the battery-powered tools. So,
now
at least the
which
local store here doesn't.
which tool brand are you talking about? You talking Warrior? You
The red
talking
one.
about, okay? So that'd be Bauer. Okay, because
That's the lower
Warrior
brand,
is,
yeah.
yeah, right. Because Warrior is your orange, your Bauer is red, and Hercules is blue. Um, I to me right now, Hercules, they've come out with their new brushless stuff, and to
Okay.
me, they are actually offering the same kind of warranty as Lowe's does on Cobalt.
Yeah.
They're doing
I
5 year on the tool, 3 year
yeah.
on the battery and charger.
I really like my Cobalt, mechanics, the socket sets. I've got
Right,
one of the socket sets I could take if all the tools are in it, I could turn it upside down, they stay in there, so that's pretty handy, a 3/8 drive socket set,
right.
and, I think I have 3 or 4 of those sets. You know, Once I figured out I liked that one, I was like, "What if they discontinue it next year? I'm gonna go buy another one." So,
Yeah,
every Christmas, I'll go buy another set of that one kit, and,
but
that's one of my faves.
yeah. I mean, all my now to me, all my hand tools, since I'm not a professional out there, all my hand tools are just the Pittsburgh,
Yeah,
and
I've
I did not have any problems with any of it. And but now, as far as battery operated stuff, it's all Cobalt. It's
okay,
all the
yeah,
24.
I like theirs. I still
And
have the old yellow brand, same color as my truck, but, uh, I try to keep one set here and another set there, and that's what my way of keeping them separated is get one brand and put them in this spot,
right,
and that way when I see a yellow tool, I'm like, "Okay, that needs to go back out to whatever." Yeah. So, it's sad to have that many types of tools, but that's what I've worked out,
right,
and, it that's what I'm trying to do at least. I'm not that organized most of the time,
right.
but
Now, the latest, I'm going to say the latest tool that I wound up getting, I wouldn't call it a tool, but it is Cobalt. Actually, went and got the 24-inch or 24-volt fan.
is that the one
And
that's got the little sprayers too?
no, I didn't get the Mister one.
Okay.
Like, they
My
do have a
wife tried to
Mister
talk me
one.
into getting that one last year.
Right. They do have a Mister one, but the one I got is just a regular fan. And the only reason that I did that is because about 2 or 3 weeks ago we had a bad storm come through, knocked the power out about 8:30 at night. It didn't come up back on until about 1:30 in the morning. And Texas summers, how
Yeah.
warm it can be. Uh, it's like I had one fan that was battery operated, and up like this. It lasted about an hour before the little AA batteries were dead.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, okay, we got to do something. And we were at Lowe's the other day, happened to get some stuff. And it's like, we got $99 for the Cobalt one, and it's multi-speed. Sure,
Yeah.
why not getting it? Of course, I did the video on it,
Oh,
and
I didn't get to see that yet.
Crystal actually used it last night during my live stream.
Okay.
And I've only got the small little 2 amp hour battery on there,
Yeah.
and you ran it the entire time on low or medium, something like that. And I
Nice.
think it barely got down to 2 bars on that battery.
That's not
So
bad.
no, I mean, now if I had a 4 amp hour battery in it, it probably lasts a lot longer.
Yeah.
But since everybody says I'm battery poor at 26 on the Cobalt.
I don't know how you manage to keep that many batteries around. I find
Well,
it's better to have slightly less because then you need to put them on the charge.
I try to keep all mine on charge or fully charged up. Uh, Now the reason I've got so many is for the past couple of years, right around November, December time, Lowe's will run that special where if you buy the 2 pack of the 4 amp hour batteries and the charger for like $149, they say, oh, you can get this tool for free. Well,
Yeah.
for the past couple of years, I've been buying like the 2 packs.
Yeah, yeah. So, I mean, you're buying the batteries and then you also get another tool thrown in.
Right.
Okay.
And so that's
Uh,
been like 8 different
yeah.
tools I've got for free.
There you go. Hey, who doesn't need more batteries if you've got battery powered tools?
Right.
We recently had a thing. We were using a corded drill at work,
Okay.
and it was sad to see how little torque those things have.
Really?
It wanted RPMs. It didn't want to make any torque. Battery powered tools make torque a lot better.
Must have been a
So
snap on.
it was a Harbor Freight drill,
Might have been
probably the base model.
now, okay, that it might have been the Warrior then.
It, yeah,
Because I mean, if it's a Warrior, I mean, because that's the way Harbor Freight does on they have their good, better, and best. Your
yes,
Warrior is
yes.
your good brand. That's for kind of,
Okay,
yeah, your home DIYer. Your Bauer is going to be your next step up, and then your Hercules is supposed to be the best out there. But
got East Coast Ken just jumped on.
but yeah, I mean, there a lot of the stuff that Harbor Freight's got. I don't see a problem with especially like the Bauer because they're coming out with a lot of new stuff.
I like to the when they do give the uh, new tool alerts.
Yep,
When they came out with that that's one of my tool review videos. They came out with the surface conditioning tool. I'd seen one of those while I was in Germany. I was like, why is that grinder have such a big funny looking wheel on it? And they had a variable speed trigger, and it was somebody that had they just got through TIG welding a countertop in the hey Raging Cajun garage. Um, they TIG welded a countertop in the mess hall, the DFAC, and
right.
he took that and made the brush marks align, and that weld disappeared when he was done. And I
Yep,
was like, "That is a cool tool." So when I finally figured out what they were, and Eastwood has them, and this, that, and the other, well, I just never got around to ordering one. Well, when
right.
they come out and said that they were announcing that, I headed straight to the store. I think I got the email on Wednesday or Thursday. Went there on Friday and picked one up. I was probably the first person to pick one up from that store. I picked up all the extra wheels I could that day. It was 3 months before they had new wheels again in that store, and the very first time they put wheels on the shelf, I bought every one of them that they had. And then, my buddy, y'all know him as Square Body Eric, he went and got him one, and I think he named her Cinnamon or some sort of stripper name. But,
Right.
so we make jokes about, our, surface conditioning tools having different names. So,
Right. Well, I know that Jeff from Dinner Tools, you know, one of the stores that he likes, is always going to be Harbor Freight. And I remember him talking about it when it first came out and talking about how great it was and everything. It's like, man, this thing has got some power to do all this kind of stuff, and you shouldn't have any problems using it.
yeah,
And it's like, I if I had, something that I needed something like that for, yeah, I'd probably go and buy it.
yeah.
There's like I said, there's a lot of stuff that Harbor Freight's got that if I, had the money or had a need for it, I'd probably go and get it. But then there's some things that they've got is like, I got no use for it.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a use for it, then get it.
Right.
I bought the half-inch wide belt sander. I've already had probably one electric one and one air-powered one, and for
Right.
some reason they make sure that when they make the air-powered ones that they put a different length head on it, so it uses different belts. But over the years, I've had both before. I think I burned up the electric one pretty much immediately, and that was an old Amazon purchase. Well, I bought another Amazon one, and that was before I discovered that they had them at Harbor Freight. But I do buy my belts at Harbor Freight. I figured out which size I need, and I keep one of those over in the welding cart that's just on the other side of the truck here. So, in fact, that's probably what I'll clean up some of the inside of that firewall with is that little mini belt sander because it can get into the tight little spaces. Yeah, you can do a lot with those. I remember the first time I come across a air powered one. They called it the Dynaphile, and it was an industrial one that they were using at a wind turbine blade factory, and they gave me that to go do some work with, and I used the bejesus out of it, and the ever loving snot got used out of it. Oh, we lost Mater. I guess he lost his internet for a bit. Uh, Hopefully he'll be back soon. But yeah, I would use that belt sander, and that was the first time I'd ever seen a Dynaphile, and I remember that was the neatest thing, and it was very handy for the tasks I was using it for. And so when the time came around and found one on to purchase for myself, I did. Let's see. I threw this one up on there earlier. Sometimes that's your luck with Harbor Freight stuff. You just have to hopefully catch it in time to use the warranty, or sometimes if it's under 90 days, you can just show them the receipt and they'll exchange it for you. At least that's been my experience. And the more tools you buy from Harbor Freight, and the more times they see your name in that system with the warranty and stuff, the more likely they're gonna take care of you as a good customer. Kind of touched on that earlier. I've probably exchanged at least 7 generators at Harbor Freight and several other power tools. When we go in there for work and we give them the phone number, and they see we have like 22 pages of like warranty items under that one phone number, yeah, they bend over backwards to get to replace anything we can get replaced. That being said, the he's not even the manager there. He's a assistant manager. Hey, Mater, he's back. I'll put him back on here.
Sorry
The
about
Mater's
that.
back.
But yeah, my computer just decided to say, nope, goodbye.
Sayonara, huh?
Yeah, it just shut up on me.
So
I'm still trying to figure out what's going on with it.
yeah.
So if you
Um.
see me disappear, it's because it's shut off again.
Oh well, let's hope it doesn't. Is it
Yeah,
overheating or weak battery or poor
that I don't.
connection?
Well, it doesn't have a battery in it because it's
Oh.
desktop.
Oh, okay. Mine's a laptop here. I use it at
Yeah.
work and here.
Wow.
Turned into kind of it was my original video editing machine, but I wind up doing a lot more editing at work sometimes if the weather's
Right.
not cooperating with this. So I'll just fire this up if I'm caught up on my paperwork at work. Then I can fire this up and do some editing. But then I run it back home and use it for the live streams too. So it's been
Yeah.
getting a lot of use and abuse lately. But I have a desktop that I built for video editing that probably hasn't even been turned on in 6 weeks. So I've
But
really kind of fallen to the I like the live streams. It's more interactive. I get a better audience sometimes, and it's more interactive with the audience, and you get a more instant tune with the view hours too.
oh yeah,
Um, I was commenting on East Coast Ken. He said he bought the Bauer polisher buffer and it overheated within 10 minutes. And I was saying that's absolutely should be warrantyable. Even if you didn't buy the warranty, they should probably take care of that.
right.
Just bring the receipt back in there
I
because
mean, now, so yeah, something like that. You buy it, say in the morning, you take it back to them. As long as you've got the receipt, they're not going to have any problem.
yeah,
Now the
sometimes it's
thing
just
about,
pure luck of the draw with their stuff.
well, I mean, you can have it. Doesn't to me, it doesn't matter who the manufacturer of something is. You got to remember one thing: it's man-made. And thing about it is, not everything is going to be perfect. It's man-made, no matter who the
Right?
manufacturer is.
True, true.
And it's kind of like my girlfriend was saying. On an assembly line, something like that, they're checking maybe 1 out of 1,000 to double
Whatever
check
they
it.
check.
And
Yeah,
right, and I mean, there's going to be defects in no matter what there is, no matter who's making it. Good example. How many cars have you heard about saying that the manufacturer's got a recall on them or something?
right.
And it's like they make how many thousands of those every year? And then they'll do
Tens of
like a two or
thousands of
three,
cars each
and,
manufacturer does. Yes.
right. And then they might have about a 2 or 3 year run as far as, oh, well, we need to, there's a problem between, if you've got a certain vehicle between this year and this year, this model, there's a problem with it. You need to bring it in and get fixed. I mean, why isn't there something like that on tools? You can see that on tools.
Yeah. I mean, it just seems to because Harbor Freight probably does a lot less testing, and they're also generally copying other people's designs. Sometimes it's design that gets sent over to them for them to make anyway, and they go, "We'll just make our own brand in our color," you know.
Well,
So,
the
and they
thing
do a
about
little
it,
bit less quality control, I
well,
think.
right, but you also got to consider the fact that the Harbor Freight, none of the tool companies really make the electronic stuff. Okay, if
True.
you look at them, they're all saying made in Japan, Thailand, China. What they're doing is they're actually going to an actual manufacturer over there and saying, "Here's what we want you to make. Here's our specifications and what color and everything, this, that, and the other." You might have, say, a Milwaukee being made right next to a Makita in the same factory. Now, whether or
Yes.
not that's
Yeah.
true or not, I don't know. I'm just putting that out
Likely.
there.
It's likely.
Right, right. So, I mean, you could have, say, a Craftsman made on one assembly line, and you could have a Bauer on assembly line right next to it in the
Oh yeah.
same building. But that's what I'm saying. I mean, it's all the same. Most of those companies are over there in China that make them,
Oh yeah.
and so you don't know exactly who's making what.
True.
Uh,
Too true.
I mean, now go back. I'd have to go back and find it, but I know, like I said, I like watching Dinner Tools. He actually did a breakdown as far as who makes what for each tool brand. Uh, TTI, they're a big company, and they make about 5 or 6 different tools for 6 different brands. Uh, it's like a lot of people don't realize that Shervon, okay, they're a big company. I mean, Lowe's doesn't make Cobalt. They don't make Flex.
Right.
Okay, Flex, Cobalt, Skill, Ego, and I forget the fifth one. those are all made by Shervon, same company.
Yeah.
And actually,
Yeah.
there's actually
Uh,
two companies out there, tool manufacturers that are actually making Craftsman stuff.
Two different manufacturers making Craftsman.
Yep,
And I mean, and Sears and Roebuck's been out of business for how long now? I mean,
yep. But you
that's
got to consider
why
right,
they had to
craft,
start selling them in other stores to bring that brand
right,
back.
right. And of course, Craftsman is sold now at Lowe's. There's a few other places around that do sell it, but Black and Decker actually owned or Stanley Black and Decker actually owns Craftsman. They bought the rights and everything to it.
Right. Uh, we often argue about that, Rich GT350, when we find a wind turbine blade that's particularly not made well, where you figure it was a Monday or a Tuesday after a 4-day weekend or a Friday blade. So, um, I do know that my '65 Mustang was manufactured on April 23rd of 1965. So that is a date that is like permanently ingrained in my brain. My son was born about 4 days early. He was born on April the 19th. So
But
TTI owns 13 companies.
yep. And that's the thing, TTI. I mean, they are a big manufacturer. So they make, I mean, they are the actual manufacturer of stuff. Okay.
Okay, they're the
So,
people actually building those products.
right. They're the actual company that make it. So you've got all these other stores, the brands and everything going in, and they're actually going into TTI and say, hey, we want you to, here's what we want you to make, and here's our specifications and everything. Make it for us. And TTI will go, okay, well, here's how much it's going to cost for
Per
everything,
product.
right, per product. And they're going to go, the company's going to say at Home Depot's going to go, okay, fine. So they could be making, I think one of them's rigid, 6%. Of course, Crystal's in here too. But yeah,
Um,
I mean, that's the thing. I mean, you'd have to go back and do the research and find out who makes what. And it's growing all the time. Up like this, I know that I think on Monday night stream, there's someone I know that's from England, and she showed a brand new drill that she bought. I've never heard of that company, but it was 21 volt.
21 volt.
21 volt. I'm going, okay, well, I've
That's
heard 12, 18, 20, 24, but now over in Europe, they're going to have the odd stuff. So there's going to be manufactured or tool brands over there we've never even heard of, I bet.
that's probably either a 20 or 22 volt here. Uh, just the manufacturers are a little different over there. Uh,
Right,
Um, I remember when I was over there in Germany, I'd bought, goodness, it was a Sawzall. It was a DeWalt brand Sawzall, but it was some crazy like a 40 volt. And this was back when they were still doing the 18 volts before they switched to the 20. So
right.
uh, it was an odd one, and I had to search really hard to find the batteries for that one. And I wound up buying a knockoff version of a Black& and Decker battery for that Sawzall. Because Black& and Decker is the parent company for, uh, uh, yep, yeah,
Yep.
DeWalt. And I remember buying that battery and charger, plugging that thing in, and that thing burned up blades like it was hungry, and it burned up $5 blades like they were 99-cent store blades.
Bam.
And it had they were touting it as a search and rescue or a fire department aid for cutting pillars on vehicles. And you had to buy the carbide tipped blades for it to last more than 45 seconds. And so
Well,
I
we're
eventually wound up selling that tool because I couldn't afford to feed it blades. It was a longer stroke and it had a faster stroke speed and it just burned blades. You couldn't cut sheet metal with it even. It was just scary. And so I tamed it down to an 18 volts sawzall, and I still have my original 18 volts DeWalt sawzall. I can't wear out some of those tools. I just can't get the original batteries for them anymore. Now I've had to have a battery adapter from the 18 to 20 volt for every tool that I have. And
right.
there's been a few of the drills. I got the drills really used, and I think the skill saw. Sometimes the triggers go out on them, or what's the other? The triggers, or no, some of the drills and stuff. The bearings were they're already rusty when I got the tool because I had a habit of buying those DeWalt tools off of eBay while I was over in Germany. So that was when I first started collecting power tools.
Right.
And since then, I mean, I've kind of pushed on to other brands and still have some of the DeWalt ones left over. Mandy's commented earlier she gets the leftover power tools. Now that being said, how many years ago was it, honey? You called me. It was probably the day before Valentine's Day, and she's like, "Well, how much do you love me, honey?" I'm like, "What do you want?" She goes, "Well, I'm at Lowe's right now, and I want a table saw." How many wives ask for a table saw for Valentine's Day?
Not many.
Not many. And she used that table saw quite a bit. She found recently she's kind of fallen out of favor. She's got other tools that she likes better, and so I think she sold that one the other day.
Uh,
So, but
I, yeah, that
late.
like I said, that was yeah, that name there, Lycian. I don't know. I have no idea if I'm saying it right, but yeah, that was the brand of that drill that she wound up
Oh,
buying.
okay.
Yeah.
And it's
Now,
likely their version of one of the other parent companies, whether
right,
it's Black and Decker, subsidiaries or the TTL subsidiaries. It's
right,
likely one of those. It just they're rebranding over there.
right. But what really got me was it was saying 21 volt.
That's unique. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, and that's what I'm saying. I know over in Europe and probably other places around the world, you're gonna find brand names that we've never even heard of, and probably voltages that we're not used to dealing with. But then, of course, you got to consider that over in Europe, they don't have the same outlets as far as what we've got. Everything
Yes,
is
and
different. You have to get an adapter if you want to have American over there.
yes, but I mean the electronics for the most part, like a laptop charger, uh, these will both take either voltage. A lot of electronics will take that voltage and convert it to whatever your battery voltage is anyway. Raging
Right.
Cajun, I have to see some irony with that comment.
Yeah. But now I do know that over in Europe, if I'm not mistaken, everything runs on 50 hertz over there, whereas we've got 60 hertz. So that's one of the biggest things.
And we being that we were coming from Germany and we deployed to Iraq, we ran all of our generators at 55 hertz. I don't know why, because like I said, most of the electronics don't care. But some electronics, being that we'd purchased them in Germany, and then some of our people had brought in electronics that they purchased in the United States. And so we ran our generators at 55 hertz for whatever reason, and we ran 220 and 110 to all the tents.
Right.
And yeah, it was a mess. And Private Vidari got voluntold to do many a tasks where I would take a 60K generator and hot swap wires to balance the load between the phases. So this was before I was trained in proper electrical. Uh, I would, I think I was throwing on the rubber gloves that we had for goodness, the biochemical warfare. I'd
Yeah.
throw on a pair of those, and we had fiberglass wrenches. I would loosen the nut that all the wires went into on the generators and swap until I could see A, B, and C phase were within a tolerance of the same with everything running. And yeah, that was my job. And then when a generator would blow up, I'd have to go out there and move wires from this generator to another one, and it's still try to balance those generators. Yeah, I was in the Army. Did time at Balad Air Base or FOB, and then Baghdad the second time, Balad again, as well as some other FOBs that were further towards the eastern border of Iraq. That last FOB I went to, they called it the FOB of choice, which we thought was hilarious because it's in the middle of absolutely nowhere, and it didn't even have a perimeter fence around it. And this was, you know, 6 years later into the skirmish we had over there. But that fob actually wound up being more fun. We had the of all people, the Polish Air Force was doing drone surveillance. So they would fly drones 24/7. So if anybody was coming towards that fob, it being in the middle of absolutely nowhere, if somebody was coming, they had a pretty good idea that there was somebody coming before they got there. And so they would have MPs and stuff go meet them and
So
arrest them
basically,
usually.
out in the middle of BFE.
Oh, we were in very much so BFE, and we had fun though. They spent a good bit of their recreational funds in a very unique ways over there. They had a full gymnasium and yoga classes. They had uh, poker tables. The whole rec center had poker tables, any sort of card game, any sort of board game, puzzles. And they'd give you cards, decks of cards that were used casino decks. And when the casinos retire their cards, they just put them in some sort of chopper, and it just cuts the nib off the corner of all the cards. Otherwise,
Right.
still good at playing cards because they use them for probably 45 minutes or something,
Yeah.
3 shuffles. And so, I mean, we had access to all that good stuff, free toothpaste, toothbrushes, baby wipes, whatever you wanted. You go to the rec center and go just pick it up. You didn't even have to sign for most of the stuff.
Yeah.
And I remember we set up and played our own poker tournaments in a different area of the fob with another unit that was there. I don't even remember what those people were there for. They were comms or something, some other MOS completely. And us being aviation, we had a set minimum amount of time off per day, so you got a proper amount of rest to work on aircraft. So we took full advantage of that, and we would. Oh, they even had the little places you could go purchase the bootleg DVDs and stuff like that. And I went and purchased, everybody would go purchase a set of whatever DVDs. And we got to the point where we were watching the old TV show from the 90s, Friends.
Oh
And
boy.
so everybody bought a season or so of that. And once we got back to Germany from that deployment, because I'd already used up my R&R for R&R earlier in the deployment, um, that we there was a bunch of us that got stuck there. You had already used up our R&R, so we were stuck in the barracks. We'd have two accountability or three accountability formations a day, and they'd just release us back to the barracks. So we take turns watching seasons of Friends in somebody's room in the barracks, and all these soldiers that combat soldiers at that, and we come back and we're all watching Friends, and just the goofiest stuff in the world.
Yeah, I remember the short
Hey,
time that
Neverboard made it. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, when I was in the Navy, unfortunately I didn't get a chance to finish boot camp. I got a medical discharge. Uh, I remember getting a chance going watching the movies and everything else, and it was like I enjoyed it. I wish I could have stayed in the Navy, but like I said, unfortunately I got that medical discharge.
That
Uh,
happens to people.
because because I had to go to sick call, and doctor, examined me and everything, figured out what the problem was, and basically saying that the high humidity in Orlando,
Oh,
uh,
yeah.
my body was not physically able to adapt to the changing environment. I mean, I'm here in North Texas. Okay, I'm used to a what we consider a dry humidity. and then going out to Orlando in the middle of summer when you can have a thunderstorm pop up every single day of the week, and they would sound the alarm saying take cover because it's a very high chance of lightning coming down.
Oh, yeah.
And then
Wow.
like 30 minutes after the storm's passed, everything outside is bone dry.
Oh, yeah, dries right up.
Right, but it's just the fact that the high humidity, I was not able to. Somehow, I was not consuming enough liquids, or my body was getting rid of it faster than what I could consume.
Yeah.
And doctor told him basically either send me to Great Lakes or send me to San Diego to continue,
Right?
because otherwise,
Continue training.
right,
Yeah.
otherwise the weather in Orlando is going to put me in the hospital, if not in the grave.
Wow.
They said, well, it's easier to find somebody else and to transfer him out there
Wow.
to
That
continue.
they
So
didn't
like,
yeah.
they just give me
Didn't choose to change your duty station
right.
to adapt for you.
Well, considering
Um,
the fact that I was going to be going to Memphis for my schooling and
it's
everything,
pretty
so
yeah,
that's why I was in
humid and
Orlando.
warm there too. Yeah.
But I mean, Memphis is not as bad as far as high
Yeah.
humidity. It's just the humidity there in Orlando is what did me in. Um, and I think it was a RE4 medical discharge under honorable conditions is what I wound up getting.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, I would love to have been able to stay in the Navy.
A lot of people make a career out of the Navy for sure.
That's
Um,
what I planned on
yeah,
doing because I was
yeah.
going in as a aviation machinist mate.
Okay.
And
That the way the Navy writes their manuals for their MOSs, the MOSs always translate well to transitioning to a civilian job, or
right,
it makes it go better on your resume.
right,
Unfortunately, like me, I was Army aviation and I worked on armament electrician for the Apache helicopter. I didn't think that through very well because the only thing from the armament MOS that translates to a civilian aviation job is that I'm trained in the wiring or avionics. So I can run wires and I can fix avionics and radios. So everything else we did, we loaded weapons, we calibrated sighting systems, we calibrated night vision. So I mean, we did everything that had to do with not making the aircraft fly, and
right.
everything that had to do with having the aircraft be able to communicate with everything else on the
Yeah,
battlefield.
right. Now, I tell you what was real funny is I went up going, I've been on 3 cruises already. And the second one, I was actually talking to someone one night. Come find he was in the Navy also. I don't
Yeah,
remember what his designation was, but he also worked, was been working on the planes. And he and I were talking, and the fact is that if he found something wrong with the plane that did keep it grounded, that it was still able to fly, he could pass it. But if I looked at the same airplane with my position and I found something that was wrong with it, I could actually override him and keep the plane grounded. And he was talking about that. It's like, I mean, he and I were talking for about an hour or two.
right.
Of course, I came out of the
Um,
hot tub and everything kind of pruny.
I actually, when I ETS'd from the Army, was an E5, so a sergeant. Had actually passed on promotion because I didn't have any plans to reenlist. I got stuck in for an additional 15 months past my original ETS date. So I signed up for 6 years active and actually did almost eight. I was
Yeah.
like 7 3/4. They had to buy back a lot of leave from me by the time I got out.
Yeah.
Um,
Now, for
but
me,
the
I
yeah,
was going to say, for me, um, there was one movie that got me. I was actually going to go Air Force originally, but there was actually one movie that actually came out that made me go, "Oh hell no, I want Navy."
Oh,
and that was a final countdown.
okay. I was thinking it was
He
gonna be
goes,
Top Gun.
no, believe it or not, it was
Final
a final
Countdown.
count. Now that was actually the first movie that had F-14s in it. And
That
when I saw that and them on the Nimitz, it's like, I want that. That's what I want. I want to be able to work on those planes, work with the Jolly Rogers. And I could have.
yeah.
If I'd been able to
Um,
stay in, I would have been working on, I could have
you
worked
said
on the
you'd
Nimitz.
gotten med boarded out. When I was in basic, I'd already knew at the time I enlisted I was allergic to Tylenol and I think Aleve. So I knew I was allergic to those two medications. Um, they gave me Motrin. Well, what's the common nickname for Motrin is Tylenol 3. Of course, in the army, or they throw you these 800 milligram horse pills, you know, and tell you take two or three of them, as
Yep.
needed for pain. I can't even remember what I was in for, probably my knee, because I've always had knee problems. And went in for that. They gave me the Motrin. And I remember telling my battle buddy, I was like, if I do this, tell me if my eyes were starting to swell up. Because anaphylactic shock for me always starts with my eyes getting puffy and swelling shut.
Right.
And so I told him, said, we're fixed to go sit down in an hour or 2 or 3 hour class where the drill sergeants preach at us. It was during that phase, and I about I took even like a quarter of the pill, just broke it down to in a small piece. Took it. 15 minutes into the class, yeah, my eyes were swelling up. Uh, raised my hand. The drill sergeant's like, you know, blankety blank, private. What the hell do you need? I'm like, couldn't even get the words out. He jumped up and says, I think my battle buddy's having an allergic reaction to medication. And the drill sergeant's exact words were, get him the hell out of my classroom. Means nobody dies in my class. And so I was immediately escorted out of class, went to the barracks, and the drill sergeant said, go straight to the drill sergeant entrance of the barracks. Went to there. They're like, what the hell are you doing here? You need to go around the other side of the building, you know, into y'all's entrance. And they just wasn't having it. So we made it around the other end of the building. By then, my eyes were completely swollen shut. I was holding on to my battle buddy's shoulder. He was guiding me like a seeing eye dog, and just got me around there. By the time the drill sergeants looked at me, they're like, "Well, why didn't you just come in the other entrance?" Really, guys? And of course, in basic training, a private can't ride in the vehicle unescorted with a drill sergeant, so they had to throw me in the back of the cattle truck. It was a 6 ton. I don't remember. Just basically we called them cattle trucks because they were flatbeds with metal gates all the way around the sides.
Right.
And he threw me in there, got me into the ER, and that is probably my the best experience I've ever had at any ER of all the experiences I've had of ER, emergency rooms. Of course, he gets me out of the cattle truck. My eyes were completely swelled shut and almost bleeding to the point where my eyes, the tears in my eyes were burning my eyes.
Damn.
And I was at that point I was even starting to have problems breathing. My airway was closing up. He drags me into, the side entrance for the emergency room. He rips the door open, as drill sergeants tend to do as it is, rips the door open and says, I've got a private here. I think he's dying. Y'all need to see him immediately. And he asked me for my ID and my dog tags. And I remember pulling them out, and they scanned my ID with the barcode scanner. Bing, and they asked, me to verify my name and blah, blah, blah. And by then, they already had a wheelchair under me, whisking me away to it wasn't even the normal emergency room. It was um,
Pre-op.
it was pretty close to that. It was the, oh goodness, intensive care unit. They,
Okay.
they slugged me in the intensive care unit. And I remember uh, barely being able to peek at, it was a retired full bird colonel. He's like, hey, I'm retired full bird colonel, blah, 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 blah. Been in the army, I've already retired, but I'm still here as a civilian contractor. You're in good hands, son. And he says, "Tell me what you took." And I was barely able to tell him. I started to have to write on a notepad because my airway was closing up so quickly. And
Damn.
so they told him, and I think I even asked him. I said, "Are y'all going to give me Benadryl?" He says, "Hell no, son. There's nothing in Benadryl that would help with anaphylactic shock." I said, "Well, it's always worked for me in the past." And so they pumped me full of all the steroids that are supposed to open your airway, all the asthma breathing type medications, whether it was injected into me or put into the mask that they put on me with the oxygen. And a good probably 30, 45 minutes into that, um, my O2 sats, they had the little probe on my finger, was getting so low. I remember him telling one of the younger doctors, "Hey, get the trach kit ready." And they swabbed my neck with the iodine and were getting ready to cut my neck open for the tracheotomy. And I don't know what came over me. Probably the fact that I didn't want my neck cut open and having that nice, pretty scar on my neck. Um,
Who
as
would?
that, right. And I couldn't see at the time. I'd already been blind for at least 30, 45 minutes completely. And all I could do was struggle to breathe. It was like I was breathing through one of those little coffee mixing straws. And my airway was severely closed off at that point, and they were just trying to rescue me from that. And I remember that doctor picking up the scalpel, and I made my best guess on where he was at, and I did that. And I remember hearing a doctor slam against a wall, and I think he was a captain at minimum, and he was not happy with Private Vidari. And I remember hearing that old retired fullbird behind the desk laughing quietly. He's like, he goes, "You were in scouts, weren't you, son?" He goes, I nodded my head, yes. He goes, "You know what a tracheotomy is, don't you?" I said, "Mm-hmm." He goes, "You're not getting a tracheotomy today, are you?" "No." He says, "You pass out, we're giving you a tracheotomy." I just gave him a thumbs up. I said, "You can do it. Once I pass out, you can do it. Right now, you're not doing it." He said, "We thought you were already out." I said, "I'm still breathing." And so he came back over. He giggled for a minute at that of the doctor. And he come back over. He says, "All right, I'm coming over here. I'm going to stay at the foot of your bed." And he come
Give
over
me
there. He
my
goes,
warning.
"What was the medication you asked us about when you first came in here? Because we've given you the maximum dosage of everything we can give you." And he said, "At this point, we're going to go for the Hail Mary. If whatever you said works, we're going to give it to you. At this point, it's not going to hurt you." And so they came back and I had to write on a notepad and wrote on their Benadryl. He's like, "Fuck, give him max dosage of Benadryl. Let's go." 15 minutes after they gave me the Benadryl, the swelling of my eyes started calming down. I'd already recovered my breathing significantly after just 15 minutes. But they held me for observation overnight.
Damn.
It wasn't like I was in any condition to go on a ruck march that my company was scheduled to go on. So I got to miss our first ruck march.
So what is it
And
about the Benadryl that works for you, but not everything else?
still can't tell you to this day. No, there's
Really?
no doctor in the world can explain it. Um, I It should not work for anaphylactic shock, but it works for me. It's kept me alive multiple occasions when I have had allergic reactions to Tylenol, Aleve, aspirin, Motrin, and Bayer. I mean, I'm allergic to basically anti-inflammatories, the whole chain of medications. I'm allergic to all of them. Uh, they say if you're allergic to two of those, you're 0.1% of the population. If you're allergic to all of them, you're like 0.0001% of the population.
Oh,
Yeah, uh,
I,
I can still drink alcohol.
now, for me, I'm not. They have yet to find a medication out there that I'm allergic to.
Well,
Now,
you're not allergic to stuff.
right.
Cool.
Now the only thing that we've been able to figure out since I've been having my health issue for over a year now, um, basically the only thing that I have to watch is amoxicillin.
That's
Uh,
a
it's an antibiotic.
antibiotic. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
And that's
Uh,
probably the one that more people are allergic to than any of them.
well, I'm not allergic to it, but it does a total havoc on my digestive tract.
Yeah,
And the doctor at the clinic I've been going to has actually been the first one to listen to what myself and my girlfriend have been talking about. Has actually agreed that the two times I took amoxicillin, basically within that short time frame, the first time I took it was back in late 19, and that totally got my body system out of whack. And then about year and a half later, I wound up taking it again because of something else. But my body, because they say it takes a year and a half to 2 years for your body to totally recuperate.
okay.
Well, my body was getting here, and then all of a sudden I got hit again with it, and bam, got knocked down again. And that's what totally threw everything out of whack. That's why I was having all the abdominal pains. I
Yeah,
lost my appetite, basically constant diarrhea.
yeah.
When I say constant, I'm talking, I get up like
Oh,
at, say, 8 o'clock in the morning, and by noon, I'd already gone and sat and thought about it at least 4 times.
oh, wow. Goodness.
Uh, and actually have had, uh, actually gained about 45 pounds.
Wow.
But that's a weird thing. Uh, but she got me on a very, very strong probiotic and
That helps
another
you recover from
digestive.
that, yeah.
Right. And that has, ever since I started taking that, everything has gotten better and better. Uh, and right now, I'm actually going to be see about going and getting another job.
Right?
Don't know when that's going to happen. I am working on it right now.
Yeah.
Uh, but I do know that second time I went up taking that amoxicillin, it put me in bed and made everything worse.
Oh,
And they actually gave me something else. And then the last time I was actually in the ER, which is back in November, I told them, do not give me amoxicillin.
right.
And they said, okay, no problem. They gave me something else. Didn't have any problems with that.
That's good to hear.
Yeah.
So they finally
And
figured out that, just don't give you that.
right. And I'll
Um,
be right back. I've
yeah,
had about a gallon or so liquids and I gotta go let it out. So I'll be right back.
right? Alright. East Coast Ken, I see you said you got a waiver to go to boot camp at Paris Island. Um, Paris Island, South Carolina. I was thinking of 29 Palms. Um, you had a heart murmur and heat, humidity. Yeah, the sand fleas. I actually had bad cases of sand fleas when I was deployed to Iraq, both the first and second time. Um, my shins were tore up, and I still have scars on my shins to this day from that. Um, yeah, my brothers both went to Fort Leonard Wood, um, or they called it Fort Lawston Woods, I'm sure. But one was an MP, the other one was originally a combat engineer, who's he was enlisted at the time, and he's now an officer. He's a major now, and he's I'd say about 10 months away from retirement. He's done over 20 years because he's had breaks in service to go to school. He did, went from he ETS, went to college, got his 4-year degree, went back in as a lieutenant, worked his way into the ranks a bit. Um, Under the program he talked to them about, he got to actually have the Army also pay for him to get a postgraduate degree. So he now also has a master's degree. So he did time active as an officer, got a break in service, got to go teach in Puerto Rico, the military sciences and stuff there, or the ROTC program. Finished the ROTC program there, then went to a university and got his postgraduate degree uh, up there. Goodness, I can't remember the name of the city. It's northern portion of Texas, Burke Burnett area. There's an Air Force base, and one of my brother's in-laws sister-in-law or somebody is stationed at that Air Force base. So he went to college up there and got his master's degree. And now he's done his final tour of Germany. My nephew was born in Germany while I was in basic training. So while I was going to basic training, my parents went to Germany to go visit my nephew who was just born instead of coming to see me graduate basic training because they'd already seen one son graduate basic training. So they wanted to go see the new grandbaby instead. So I got to see little Toby when he was about I don't know. I got to see him December. He was born in I guess April, and I got to see him in December. And to this day, my sister-in-law still thinks I spoiled him because they were doing the I guess they call it Ferberizing or something. They would just let him cry it out and sleep it off. And I'd already had a stepdaughter at the time, so I wasn't gonna let a baby cry. And he was crying. I went and picked him up, changed him, and I fell asleep with him on my chest there in their living room. And the next morning they got up and they're like, "What are you doing holding Toby? We're gonna let him. We're trying to Ferberize him." I'm like, "I don't know." You know, and so they still blame that on me. And he just graduated high school in Germany, and now he's going to college. He almost got into Texas A&M by .03 point on his GPA.
Oh,
So yeah, he was pretty heartbroken when because he'd already gotten an acceptance letter, uh,
right.
and then they turned around and sent him a we're sorry, but you're not accepted.
In other words, they did a get smart. He had to do a get smart. Missed it by that much.
Yeah, just the kid's got really good grades, and great study habits and everything like that. But so I mean, it was interesting. He was already doing online courses
Right.
when the COVID thing hit. And so that really didn't affect him because he's not a very social person either. And so he just went on straight through and kept his own study habits. And my brother and sister-in-law kind of pick on him on that one. He tends to go to the night shift, and so he'd stay up all night, do his homework and this, that, and the other, and then sleep all day. And it's like, all right, we're not going to be quiet on your account. We're going to live our lives. If we happen to wake you up, then you shouldn't be staying up all night. So, yep, Fort Lost in the Woods, uh, fifth deployment. Oh goodness, 150-pound IED. Um, One of the gentlemen that was our QA on my last deployment, and that unit actually, I think we did both tours together. I think he moved from the previous unit that I was in Germany to Fort Hood with us. He was our QA, QC. So anytime we finished doing aviation repairs, we'd go get a QA to sign off on our work. And he was, of course, he had to do a few more years because he was on his way out to retiring. He got blown up in his last deployment, and so they sent him with the early retirement. Uh, was walking across the airfield, and they actually dropped a mortar, landed it perfectly within range of him and the aircraft. Of course, they weren't so concerned about the damage to the aircraft as they were with him. But the aircraft is just property; it can be repaired or replaced. So, uh,
So I was going to say, where at in Germany were you stationed at?
a little hole in the wall called Illesheim. Um, it's between several other posts. Uh, the nearest one that anybody that said probably served in Germany would be familiar with would probably be Frankfurt. Frankfurt by Autobahn was about an hour, hour and a half, depending on how fast you chose to drive on the Autobahn. And I was driving a Toyota Supra, and mine was a European spec model, so it was ungoverned. It did not have a speed cutoff. We got that car up to when we were trying, and we constantly were blowing the boost hoses off that car because it was an '89 car, and this was. See, I didn't even join the army until 2003, so it was probably around 2005 ish. We were both blowing the little rubber lines that connected the aluminum connections together, and we got it up to about 175 miles an hour. and
Wow.
come over the top of the hill there and found out there was a stow, which is a traffic jam or road construction.
Ooh,
And we stood that car, even though it had anti-lock brakes, we stood that car up on the front two wheels.
damn.
We slowed it from 175 to 35 as fast as humanly possible and still managed to change lanes to squeeze in between other vehicles because the road cones were closing off the lane we were in. So,
Kind of like a top fuel or a funny car. Better pop them chutes fast.
yeah, we wished we had shoots that day. Uh, my buddy, we were actually going faster than the speedometer on the car
Oh,
had numbers for. So we were using GPS on my buddy's phone to actually track how fast we were going. So,
and what is
and
the top speed according to the speedometer on it?
I don't remember exactly. I want to say 150, 160.
Wow.
So we
And
were
that's
well
pretty,
above the speedometer, and we still had throttle left on the pedal. We were still accelerating in. We hadn't hit the wall yet where aerodynamic limits of the car,
right.
and just we were having fun. We're letting it rip. And by the time we got back on post that day, we'd ripped another one of those little rubber connectors, the boots that connect the intercooler lines together. So,
And what was
and
it, a
we
four
also
cylinder?
that's the inline six. That's a 3-liter inline six in
Okay.
turbo, and
Wow. And
it's
turbo?
cam on bucket design. My first experience with one of those cars, I was working at. I'd been going to the School of Automotive Machinist, and I was working at a mechanic shop in Lakewood, Texas, which is near Spring, uh, outskirts of the Houston area, and was working in a mechanic shop there, and they called me over. Hey, here's how you adjust you know the cam lash on this. They showed me how to do it, gave me some calipers, told me to calculate what it needed. They ordered the right uh, lash spacers for the cam lifter buckets, and we put them in there. We double checked the cam spacing or the cam lash, and they proceeded to throw me the keys and tell me to go test drive said car. And so after test driving said car, I was like, got to own one of these one day. So when I got to Germany, I'd already had a BMW once for a little while, had a Mercedes for a little bit, and one of my buddies come to me, he's like, "Hey, I've got one of these up for sale. Do you want it?" I'm like, "Yep." And I think I traded him. I gave him some cash and a RC helicopter, in trade and some other stuff, and got that car off of him and proceeded to get it running and fixed and stuff, and drove it around for a bit and got hit by a German doctor while I was in Rothenburg over to Tauber, which is one of the Rotenburgs in Germany, and this particular one is over the Tauber River. River, sorry, and so it's a castle city. Any city with the name of Berg at the end, it means it's either has a perimeter castle wall or has a castle within the city. So that was probably the nearest burg to where I was stationed at. It was about 30, 45 minutes away. And one of my good friends was a dual citizen. Her father had been a Marine, and her mother and her lived in the United States. When her father passed away, her mother moved back to Germany because she didn't have any other family in the United States. And so they lived there in Rothenburg, and she'd come on post as often as she could, hang out with
Right.
us at the bowling alleys and stuff like that. And her other little thing was she liked to get on post so she could cash her American disability check on post at American banks rather than doing it at the German banks because she was double dipping. She was
Ah,
getting double disability from the German, disabilities as well as the American system.
ooh,
So she always made sure she had a lot of American friends. And so
right. Well, see, for me, the reason I was asking is because I'm, part German myself. And one
I see it
thing I
now.
do know is my grandmother on my dad's side, uh, she was full-blooded German. Um,
Yeah.
Now she was actually born here and everything, but I mean that means that my great grandparents were from Germany. Now, what part I have not been able to figure that out, track it all down. But what I would like to be able to do is I need to get with my cousins and everything and find out what part of Germany the family came from and actually go over there and find some the relatives that are still there.
Oh, wow.
Because I know my grandmother's maiden name was Mueller.
Mueller.
And
Yes.
that's a common name that I know is over there
Yes.
because once, people who from Germany had the last name Mueller, they actually changed it to Miller and everything.
Oh, yeah.
But, right.
Well,
But
Miller's actually more of a British name, but I get the reason they would change it.
right.
Yeah.
But not only do I have the German on my dad's side, I've got German on my mom's side as well.
I've
Um,
got some on my mom's side. I think the Wareham part of the family may have been it.
right. But I know on my mom's side I've got German and I've got Czech. So that would be interesting to find some relatives that are still over, say, in Germany and
Right.
Czechoslovakia.
My family's a Spanish name, and we know where most of our family are because it's pretty tight knit. But they have traced the name back to Vidari, Spain, and it's a very small village. And there's a church there, and that is where the earliest known graves and birth certificates originate from that village. It's approximately, I want to say, 600 or 700 years back.
Wow.
Uh, and there has been a church builder in every generation since, buildings and grounds, physically
Wow.
building churches. So, yeah. So, the earliest Vidaris in the United States rode a wagon cart with oxen, not horses, but oxen, and chickens, and they would eat the eggs. And if the chickens would pass, they would quickly cook them up as well. Uh, but they'd go from village to village building churches
Huh.
between roughly San Antonio, Texas, and Mexico City, Mexico.
Huh.
And so we do
So,
have some distant cousins in Mexico. We have some in Portugal that are actually missionaries building churches. We also have some in Hawaii, on the Hawaiian Islands. My great uncle he joined the army when they developed the Army Air Corps. He became part of the Army Air Corps. So by the time he retired, his first time, he retired from the Army Air Corps, aka the Air Force. And
right.
then he immediately joined, he wasn't done serving yet. He immediately joined the Coast Guard, and they stationed him eventually in Hawaii. So one of his oldest sons still lives there because he's married to one of the natives. So I mean, it's a small, tight knit community of us, and everybody pretty much knows where everybody's at
Right.
roughly. I got somebody shocked me. Was remember I mentioned the surface conditioning tool in the Chow Hall in Germany?
Yeah.
Uh, I was going into there one day, and there was a black soldier comes up to me and says my last name perfectly, and I can't even say it properly. And I was like, "Do I know you from somewhere?" He goes, "I know that name." I'm like, "Yeah, okay, you got my attention. How do you know how to say my name properly?" He goes, "I'm married to a Maria Vidari." And I was like, and this guy, he wasn't just American black; he was actually an African, you know. And I was like, "Still, you got my attention. What's going on here?" It turns out one of my cousins had adopted several children, and one of the girls that they adopted was a black African girl, and she'd married this young man.
Huh.
And he found me in Germany, and we immediately had to figure out, I was like, "All right, where's your wife's family from?" And he finally, is like, "Well, they're from San Antonio, Texas." I'm like, "All right, I got you." And long story short, we figured out who he was married to and everything. I had to
Well, now
figure out, what part of the family and everything. So,
you're talking about, your family, everything being church builders. I'm wondering, Uh, did your family have anything to do with the Alamo?
Surprisingly, no.
Really?
We weren't quite to the United States yet, but we weren't far behind that.
Okay.
There is a Vidari, Texas, by the way. It, it is spelled with one less R. Don't know why, but the
Say your
that is
name?
part of our pilgrimage. The family likes to go find that place and take pictures there at the road signs and stuff
Huh.
because it's not even really a village anymore. It's just a spot on the map. You probably can't even find it on Google.
How many times have you been to the Alamo?
I went once in grade school, maybe twice. My dad worked in San Antonio. Here's a neat thing. My dad installed the first several MRI machines made for humans.
Really?
And he took me. He was part of the contracting. They physically built the building that this would go into, and the rooms and stuff. And then once enough of it was built, Siemens would come in and they would set up their machine. And if you remember in the 90s, we still had floppy disks and computers had spinning disk hard drives, but the old mainframes had the old foot diameter reel to reel tape drives. And this computer room was probably the size of a 2 bay garage. And this computer room, being approximately the size of a 2 bay garage, had the most pristine sliding glass windows or doors, and it was air conditioned to the nth degree. So I mean, if the rest of the building's 70 degrees, it was probably 55 in that room. That's not the room where the computer operator sat, but that was where the computer machines were.
There you
Yes,
go.
and I remember I was in junior high or high school. My dad brought me into there, and oh, he's saying it is spelled the same. Um, and he pointed at the computer operator. He says, "See that man over there? He's making $65 an hour from the time he leaves his house. He goes to the hotel, he's on the clock. When he leaves that hotel to come to here, he's on the clock. When he's here, he's on the clock. He's on lunch, he's on the clock, making 65, $70 an hour, even back in the 90s. He said,
Damn.
son, I want you to, it may have been there late 80s still. Uh, he said, son, I want you to go do that man's job. I don't want you driving nails with the hammer and turning wrenches and stuff like that. Use your brain, not your hands. Unfortunately, I'm just gifted with using my hands,
Yeah.
turning wrenches and stuff. No, I actually find pleasure in that. And now I'm a manager at the company where I'm at, and you see what I do as a hobby.
Yep. Well,
uh,
Crystal,
yeah,
she looked it up
they
and
tie me to a desk all day, and then when I'm done, I come do this.
yeah. Well, Crystal was saying she looked it up and it's spelled the same way.
hmm
So it's
It's
got
it's
two R's in it.
okay. Uh, there's two spellings of it, and the one R is still a. It's actually a misspelling. Traditionally, it is spelled with two R's. There are Italians with the same last name, but they put an E at the after the I, or sometimes an E without the I.
Okay.
Um, and it also there are from Vidari, Italy, because it still translates to the same as a place of the fork in the road. And I want to say Vidari, Italy, also has a church. Ironically enough, and the church would be in the fork of that the where the trail splits.
Ah.
I know in Vidari, Spain, it is. It's literally in the fork of the road is a church with a triangle-shaped property.
Huh.
Yes,
That would be interesting to go and see. Well, no, I've been to the
quite the
Alamo.
pilgrimage.
I was going to say for myself, I've been to the Alamo. I know at least two times. Um, once when I was living back in Houston,
hmm
and second time, um, it's been over 20 years ago. Um, I took some time off from work, took a like a week of vacation, and basically did a little tour around Texas. Went down to started off at the Texas Renaissance Festival for that
Those are always
weekend.
fun.
Right. And,
Freak show
and
at the very least, if you're not interested in that stuff.
I wouldn't call it a freak show. I mean,
Stay
it's
after
very
dark.
it's, well, after dark is a different story.
Yes,
Uh, yeah, after dark, that's something totally different. Um,
it's not
but
the
what I'm
same
doing
show.
that, and then went up spending a couple of days in Galveston, and then went from Galveston into San Antonio and everything, and then came up and actually got a chance to visit the three, was it three or four caves up I-35. I know
There's a
you've
lot,
got,
yeah.
right,
The
you've got
national or caverns and
Natural
stuff,
Bridge,
yeah.
you got Natural Bridge, what, Inner Space, and then you've got I'm trying to think of the other one. It's kind of off the highway. Uh, but anyways, it's the only one that was it's a it's a dry cave. It's not a wet one like all the others, because this
Interesting.
one here they say was created by the earthquake.
Oh, so it's kind of a fault line type
It
crack
right.
instead of
Well,
a water erosion crack.
right. Because if you look at we a lot of people don't realize that we do have the Balcones fault line that runs from Oklahoma down to Mexico, and it literally follows I-35
Oh, wow.
down through there.
Never even
Matter of
heard
fact,
of it.
right now, a lot of people uh, don't realize, but one of the caves, I think it's Inner Space, they actually found that by accident.
Oh, neat.
They were in the
How to find a
process
cave
of,
by accident.
well, they were drilling, they were building I-35 at the time, and so they were drilling down for one of the pilings in the dirt and everything. And all of
And
a
just
sudden
hit
the
a
drill,
hollow spot.
right? Well, the drill's going like this. All of a sudden it goes blip like that. So it just drops all of a sudden. They're going, what is going on? So they
Yeah.
literally lowered a guy down in there with the flashlight and everything in the big cavern. And it's like, hold it, we've got a big cave down here.
Oh,
And that's how it was
smokes.
found.
Wow.
But it's one of the wet ones. But I'm wanting to say it's like Wonderworld or something like that. Is a
Hmm.
cave that was created by the earthquake, and they said that they figure
How
it
big
was
is that one?
about 12.5 on the Richter scale.
That's a big earthquake for Texas.
Yeah, and it's like I never until that time I never knew we had a fault line going through Texas.
Right?
But that's why they say that if you look at the geographical part of Texas, if you look at everything to the east of like 35, it's all kind of flat. But you look at
Yeah.
everything to the west of it, it's all
It's got
hill
hills.
country.
Hill country.
And that's what was all that was created by the earthquake.
Oh, okay. I've also noticed like your tall pine trees. Everything east of the Brazos River tends to be pines.
Yep.
Everything west of there tends to be scrub brush and the mesquites and stuff.
Yep.
I gotta leave just for a moment. Y'all keep the conversation going. I gotta go to the water the thing too.
Okay. But yeah, I'll get you down there to see the Alamo. Um, I know you didn't get a chance to see much of Galveston on that trip down there in November. We'll have to redo all that and actually spend more time in Galveston. Uh, get you out there to Bolivar Point to see the fort and everything. Go out there on the little ferry boat uh, and everything, which that is going to be fun to do. A lot of places down there to go and watch and see. Uh, we'll have to go find that Vidari, Texas. Then, matter of fact, I'll look it up right now. See if we can't put that on a road trip going somewhere. And what's really weird is I'm watching his live stream and I just got a notification for one of his videos.
All right.
Yeah, I'm sitting here and all of a sudden I got a notification for your video. It's like, hold on, I'm watching the live stream and I get notification of video
For my
you.
live stream.
No, it was for the flag.
Oh, yeah, that was yesterday morning, we got to work. I was on the crew that we put the flag up with the crane, and, of course, I've being a veteran, I volunteered for both, you know, installation and removal. And, yeah, I shot it real quick there, well, probably 35-second video, and, yeah, posted it yesterday, and it had all of, like an hour later, it had 1 view.
Ah,
An hour later, and I get up this morning, it had, like, 100 views, so
and I'm just not getting a notification for it.
it's the algorithm's just funny that way. It's like, I guess the algorithm doesn't like the American flag, I don't know. That was a
Well,
garrison-sized flag, that usually takes 15 people to fold.
hell,
We did it with I think we had a skeleton crew, like 8 or 10, but I was actually the one folding, and we got to the other end, I was like, "You guys folded it so the stars were in instead of out."
how,
That was,
how many stars?
on the profile fold, we got that part wrong, and that sets you up for failure at the end.
Now, did
But,
that one? Did
it
that one have
rained
50,
all weekend, so we had to send it, in to get cleaned anyway.
did that one have 50 stars on it?
Oh, yes.
I
We don't have a Betsy Ross.
have you ever seen one with 48 on it?
I know exactly where I've seen it because I know who owns it. Ed, in Pennsylvania, he also owns the 3rd VFW hall that was ever produced as a VFW hall. Uh, when the veterans of foreign wars started buying up buildings to make VFW halls, this was the 3rd building they ever bought, and it's in, Altoona, Pennsylvania. It used to be a German Catholic church. They wished to take the name of German off of the front of the German Catholic Church after World War One, so they moved across town and built a new building and just called it the Catholic Church. And they sold this building to VFW, who immediately changed it to a VFW hall, and it remained in the hands of the VFW until my friend Eddie bought that building,
All right.
and has quite the armory on the 3rd floor,
Huh.
as you can imagine.
Well, the reason I was asking is, I'm very much into World War II
Yes,
and everything, and especially not only the airplanes, but also in naval battles and stuff like that, but also into actual land battles. Well, down in Galveston, of course. Now, you do you remember the story back in November about the plane crash and everything at the air show in Dallas?
yes, very much so tuned into that,
Okay,
because being part of the aviation community, that strikes home.
okay, that was Texas Raiders.
Yes,
Okay, that plane I have seen multiple times. Got
yeah.
several pictures of her. Have actually talked to the crew. And what's real funny is they were actually offered $25 million for the plane, and they actually told the person, "You ain't got enough money."
This plane's not for sale.
They turned it
It's more
down.
valuable as a piece of history flying museum
Right. But now
than
here's the
selling it
now
to a private collector.
right now Texas Raiders, they had their museum and everything in North Houston. Okay, Thunderbird is another B-17G plane.
Yeah.
It's Air Tech, but they had theirs actually in Galveston.
Oh,
And
okay.
I was down there at the museum and everything, and that was one of the places I went going to years ago. And they
Yeah.
actually have a World War II 48 star flag. Now,
Ah, yes.
since they've had a flood and everything, they've actually moved the museum. I'm not sure exactly where they moved to. I believe it's in Houston now.
Okay.
So they
There's
should
still
have
floods,
everything
but
there.
and a flag being durable goods, you can wash it and stuff too.
Right.
Which a lot of people don't realize how, you know, there is a whole routine for maintaining things like the flags. And I mean, once they become unserviceable and unrepairable, then, my dad has done several of those with the scout troops that my brothers were involved in, you know.
Right.
And I remember, it was while I was still stationed at Fort Hood. You know, I'd already purchased my home in spring right before my last deployment, and would sneak home every possible weekend. And was driving home from there and hit Bryan College Station, and there was a plant nursery that had closed up, and they had a flag still on the flagpole.
Damn.
And I remember driving by it, going, "That thing's getting pretty rough." I said, "Next time I drive by here, I'm taking that thing down." So
Well, okay,
I,
so you're
I had to. I had to. You know, it's
right.
like the thing was, the rope was so entangled with the hooks on the bottom of the pole, I couldn't untangle it. So I
Mm,
literally had to cut the rope to get the flag down, and did my best at folding it up and disposing of it when it was time to. Of
right,
course, you have to cut the stars and the stripes on everything out of it. But
right. There's actually a video out there. I think it's a Cub Scout or a Boy Scout. I can't remember, but he actually showed the proper way
the whole
of
procedure,
disposing of the flag. Once it's
yes,
gotten to that point, actually showing the step by step of actually disassembling it and burning it.
yes.
Uh, and that is like, oh, I did not know that. Now, one thing I was going to ask, I know
I
that
believe
you're
it's
from
called a retirement ceremony.
right. But I was going to ask is, okay, I know you're from the Houston area. Have you ever been down to Pelican Island in Galveston?
Which portion of the island is that? Is it east of there or west of there? I probably
Uh,
haven't.
it's kind of northeast of Galveston, I think.
Okay.
You can drive to it.
Yeah, it's
It's
probably
not
closer.
real.
Yeah, you just have to go around the bay, I think, and then hit the next island,
I
if I
forget.
remember right.
Well, I know you don't
Yeah.
have to take the ferry because the ferry takes you to Point Bolivar.
Okay.
But the reason I was asking is that because I know on Pelican Island, you got Seawolf Park, and
Ah.
you've actually got the Kavala, which on its maiden voyage and everything, or its first uh, outing during World War II, it actually sank the Shakaku, which
Oh.
was one of the 6 aircraft carriers that the Japanese used on Pearl Harbor.
Oh wow.
And then right across from it, they've actually got a destroyer. I think it's a destroyer, but the Stewart is there also.
Oh wow. So there's
And
more of a museum over there at the Pelican Island.
right, it is Pelican Island, and it's called Seawolf Park. And now, one thing I'm hoping to be able to do is actually get down to Galveston before Texas is gone out of dry
Yes.
dock.
Uh, the dry dock tour uh is kind of pricey. Yeah, but they also do let
It,
you walk under the keel.
no, it's not kind of. It is.
Yeah, it's. I want to say it's like $200 a person or something.
Keep
Or
going.
am I 3?
I think I looked at it, and I think it was about $600 or $700 a person.
I
Like,
could have swore
okay,
it was two or three
I
hundred
don't need
bucks.
to get that. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like, I don't need
I
to get up that close.
Well, if I was to do that, I would definitely be bringing my cameras and
Yeah,
then posting the video footage later. And I've been following since I discovered it was dry docked. I've been following their YouTube channel
right.
for
So
updates
am I. And they
and
actually give it updates and everything,
yeah,
showing how they're changing out the blister.
fixing the blister tanks, fixing the actual
Right.
hull of the ship, and the
Right.
keel still has wood inside of the keel.
Yep. And now, one thing I don't understand is they do not want to fix the rudder.
The rudder is staying in position,
Right. And it's like, I
even
don't
though it's
understand.
probably rusted in place.
Actually, they're saying that it would be a lot of work just to get the rudder out, because everything that goes into attaching or detaching and attaching it back.
It was made to be put in once. There was no service memorandum on how to
Right.
remove a keel after it's been installed.
Right. Well,
So I understand that that kind of component is made to be put on the ship one time and stay there for the life of the ship. And
right.
now we've got a ship that was built in the 19 teens or
1912.
1900s.
1912.
Yeah. And so she's over 110 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And
And the thing
That's
about right, and she's the only dreadnought still in existence.
yes. And we did that, I think, in one of your chats before we had that
Yep,
discussion.
yep. She
And
is
we got
actually
into a bunch of the naval museums and
yep.
such. So
And I mean, I know in Hawaii they actually have the Missouri out there.
yeah.
And she is, even though she is a museum ship, she's still operational because if you remember, she was actually in the movie Battleship,
Wow.
and
Um,
she was actually under her own power in the movie.
in the movie.
Yeah.
Wow, that's unique. One of the other ships that my family has visited, and this is in more recent history because my son was there. We got to go to the Lexington in
Ooh,
Corpus Christi.
I would love to go see the flat top.
Oh yeah, and I was, they had several different aircraft on the deck, and of course they had a Cobra gunship. I said, "Look at this," and I showed him the rocket pod, and the rocket pod on that I think holds like 15 rockets, but there's still a 2.75-inch rocket. That's the same thing that I loaded when I was working on the Apaches. I said, "You see this?" I said, "Look down in that tube." I said, "See those little things in there?" Every 14 days, we had to open that thing up and take a little wire brush and clean those little dragon's teeth so that they could have proper connection to the rocket when they to launch the rocket. And I said that was my job. That was one of my many jobs.
How about bringing back
And
the
so,
memories to you?
yeah, I was pointing that out to him because he didn't even know what a helicopter was, but I mean, I showed it to him. And my favorite though, when I go to any of the aviation museums, is those old radial engines, those old piston driven. And they're
Oh
just
yeah,
amazing works of art and engineering ingenuity,
oh yeah.
and they
I
do not make parts for those anymore,
do. And
except for pistons and sleeves and valves,
have
but
you
they're
ever
getting more
been
and more expensive.
right now? Every time you go to, say, an airplane museum that's got radial engines or any of them, what's the easiest way that you know of being able to tell if it's an operational plane or static? What's
If
one
it's
thing that's a
leaking
big difference?
oil,
If it's got a pan up underneath the engine, it's operational.
yeah,
Because yeah,
because
those engines leak
they'll let
oil.
them dry out. They'll let them dry out if they're not going to ever try to operate that aircraft again.
Right.
Um,
Uh,
that being said, I was at a aviation museum. Not far from Lincoln, Nebraska. It's on the border between Lincoln, Nebraska, and the next state. I want to say Iowa, east of there,
something like that.
and Des Moines. Yeah, it's between Lincoln and Des Moines. There's a aviation, air and space museum because they also have some rockets and stuff there. Um, they had some aircraft there that still had pans under them, even though that particular museum did not have a runway.
Really?
They had, I want to say they had one or two aircraft that they were still maintaining in some form of restorable condition that they could probably potentially sell as a flying aircraft.
Yeah,
And
I can see
I
that.
want to say one of those aircraft, it was probably one of the younger aircraft in the group. It was one of um, it was a flying boat type aircraft.
Oh, Catalina.
That's probably it.
A
Eh,
PBY Catalina. Probably
I love that
the
you
most
know that
common.
right off the top of your head, though. It
Hey,
just that one I remember it still having puddles, and I mean, when they have a cutaway radial engine, clearly it's bone dry and it's been painted, and the
oh yeah,
intake's blue and the exhaust is red, but I mean, I just love the snot out of those old radial engines and the early jet turbines.
oh,
You know, God help them, they were just the worst designs, but they had to get there from somewhere.
there
You
is
know,
nothing like the sound of hearing a radial engine when it starts up. And one thing I didn't realize is that you can have a either a single bank, double or triple, but each bank has got an odd number of cylinders in it.
They all have to have odd number cylinders,
Yep.
and then they just
But
clock them differently all the way back.
yep. And I mean, if it's like a dual bank, you'll have like if it's supposed to be like an 18 cylinder, so then like the first set is nine, and then the next set is nine also. But yeah, they do that rotation. That way,
So
the
they can get
next set of
air to the next
cylinders,
set. Yeah,
right? The next set of cylinders, jugs and everything, are is in the open spot between the front ones.
yeah. And
Now,
what's fun is when they get deeper and deeper, they just kinda looks like a drill bit.
actually, they call it's
What is
corn
that
cob.
called? Corn cob.
Corn cob. It's a corn cob, and I think it's trying to remember. There's been one that's got I think 4 or 5 rows
Oh, I
of
lost it.
cylinders, and it's basically they call I think they call it the corn cob because that's what it kind of looks like. Now for me, uh, out of all the say the B-17s that are still flyable in the world, I think I've counted out. I've seen 7 or 8 of them.
Wow, how many are there flying?
At one time, there was 13. Unfortunately, 3 of them that I've seen are no longer with us.
Since then.
Uh, yeah, since then, of
You gotta
course,
think of
one
how
back,
fast they made those, and it was like the Ford Pinto of the sky. I mean, they were just cranking out aircraft as fast as they could build them.
right? They were cranking
There
them
was no
out.
thoughts on restoring these and keeping them for, 100 years or anything of that
Oh no!
sort.
I mean, after the war and everything, they were all put in.
Scrap metal.
Well, they were actually put in long storage, and because I mean, we had the war was over, so we had no use for them. And so they were sold for scrap metal, and the ones that are still around were actually sold into private hands or put into like airspace museums, stuff like that, like the Smithsonian,
Right?
uh, things like
That's
that.
one I need to go see.
Yeah,
You know what?
because
I missed a great opportunity last weekend. They may or may not have been open. An hour south of where I'm at here in Garden City is a aviation museum. I'm not
now,
sure how big they are, but they're an aviation museum. I'd go there with a
right.
camera at least and walk around,
Well,
read signs and stuff.
well, for me, like I said, now 3 of the planes that I've had a chance to see out of the B-17s that were flying, 3 of them are no longer with us. Of course, we all know about Texas Raiders. That's the one that crashed in November up in Dallas. Uh, I've seen Liberty Bell, which it actually crashed into a well-soaked cornfield. I think
Okay.
I forget what state it was in. I'd have to go back and look. Uh, then there was 909. That's the one that it circled around, came in and crashed into the fire suppressant station.
Oh, wow, crashed into the fire suppression.
Yeah, it actually crashed and it actually
They were trying to
clipped.
put out the fire right now.
Well, it actually clipped some of the lighting into the field and everything, but they were trying to come back in for emergency landing. They didn't make it.
Oh,
So yeah, like I said, there was that one. But let's see. Uh, there's been, of course, uh, Thunderbird. I've seen Sentimental Journey, Aluminum Overcast.
I
Uh,
like that name.
yeah, and I've seen it. At that time, it was known as Chucky, but Doc Hosper has actually passed away, and he actually named it after his wife Chucky. Well, after he passed away, she wound up selling it, and since then it's changed hands a couple of times. I think it's known as Madre's Maiden right now. The only thing is they've taken and changed it up so much that you would not know that it is the last flying B-17 Pathfinder in the world.
They've changed it that much, huh?
Yeah, because it was the one that it had the radar and everything
Oh, wow.
uh, up underneath that it would actually be a lead plane flying in formation.
So they could
And
read the
right,
ground and threats on the
well,
ground and that kinda stuff.
Well, it's the fact is that when they got over the target, when they wound up dropping their bombs, being the plane and lead formation, everybody else did the same thing.
Right.
But like I said, I've seen that one, but it's been sold. Uh, Now one of the big highlights for me was for the longest time getting a chance to see the only flying B-29 left in the world.
Man.
That was Fifi. And you're
Quite a
talking
name.
about a plane that gets hampered.
I bet.
She actually is stationed over at Meacham over there in Fort Worth.
Okay. Is that one
But
of the
now
smaller airports or?
it's kind of one, but that's where Doc and everything was at also.
Okay.
But yeah, Fifi would go in there uh, basically for hibernation.
Okay.
Uh, but now
Growing.
Doc,
Yeah.
Doc is now the second flying one.
Wow.
And unfortunately,
So-
that's the only dwarf plane that still existed. Because at one time, there were six other uh, B-29s that was named as the Seven Dwarfs.
Oh,
And that's how
gotcha.
its name was Doc. And Doc is the
Doc,
only one left.
Sleepy, and okay, out of the seven dwarfs.
Right.
Um, Growing up in Conroe, we used to have a radial powered. Uh, it was spruce, aircraft spruce with the dope wing panels and everything. They named it. It was nicknamed Snoopy,
Okay.
and I think we lost that one in the late '90s or early 2000s due to a hangar fire.
Yeah. When did they
Yeah.
get rid of the Goodyear blimp down there?
Oh my goodness.
Because I remember seeing that many a times coming out of
uh,
Houston up this way and
it,
everything. And
oh
but
yeah, and
causing one
that
to
was on
see the big
I-45,
line.
right in spring. Wasn't far from Splashtown. Um, Actually, it was straight across the interstate from Splashtown. That property now has a Lowe's and a Home Depot, probably a Starbucks coffee, and some other garbage strip centers in there. Um, but the two Lowe's and Home Depot in our region, you had a habit of one would build first and the other would come in right behind and build stores facing each other
Yep.
and try to undercut each other's prices. And they eventually realized that was a bad game plan for both stores. But um, that actual property where the Goodyear blimp used to be, that's what got those are the main two buildings I remember being built first.
Damn.
Um, and it's literally across the interstate from Splashtown. That being said, remember I mentioned I was driving from Fort Hood back and forth towards right before my last deployment. I lived right behind Splashtown at that time.
Oh,
In the summertime, you could smell the chlorine coming off the slides.
now I was
And
going to say another place I would love to have gotten a chance to go to, besides seeing the Goodyear blimp. There was something else down in Houston I wanted to go to. Actually, I had tickets for it at one time. Never got a chance, and unfortunately, I'll never get a chance. That's Astroworld. But
yeah, that is so closed now. Uh,
now I will be right back. I gotta go and take care of
Water the
business. So
bushes
I'll be
again.
right back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead. So yeah, I'd purchased a house that was literally right behind Splashtown. It was a new subdivision in there. They literally had to cut out woods and yopons and pine trees and stuff to be able to build that subdivision. Uh, and at the time we purchased that house, it was right before the big Bernie Madoff housing scandal, where they realized a lot of banks had been allowing people to buy houses that probably shouldn't have been buying houses. Of course, I was there on my VA loan, but the Goodyear blimp moved in '92. That's a good fact. Um, but yeah, the housing market kind of collapsed, and we got kind of stuck in a situation where the house, even though it was worth what we paid for it, a lot of areas, especially if they're not in the Houston area, their houses weren't worth what they were paying for, so the housing market kind of froze there. So it was a neat house. It was in a good new subdivision, but the homeowners association quickly became known as the Home Builders Association, aka the Home Builders Nazi Association, because they hired a full-time employee to continually drive up and down our streets. And if you parked with the tire touching the grass, they'd send you a ticket. If your trash can if your trash can was left on the curb for more than 4 hours after the trash pickup, they would send you a ticket. My yeah, homeowners association and the we called it the Home Builders Association because they never turned it over to the people who bought their houses in that subdivision.
And that's one thing I will not want to get into an HOA.
Yes.
I hear
Yeah,
so
I
many
won't
horror
do it
stories.
again ever.
Yeah, I hear,
Yeah.
like I said, they say, oh, yeah, it's real good and everything. But I see so much stuff on YouTube, the videos and stories about people that buy into it, or they were living somewhere and the HOA starts harassing them and everything, saying, well, you're part of it. No, I never signed any of the paperwork.
Yeah. Um, I got a story that goes to that, but there's got a story before the story. So I was kind of commenting while you were gone. The Home Builders Association, they had a full-time employee that didn't even live in our subdivision. She was in charge of several subdivisions, so she would drive each subdivision multiple times a day as part of her full-time job and make sure they issued fines for trash cans out past 3 or 4 hours, or especially if your trash can was out past sunset the day that garbage pickup was, they'd send you like a $300 ticket. So we had a guy that he worked as a CPA, certified accountant.
Right.
He'd actually worked for Enron as a subcontractor before the whole Enron scandal when Enron went under. And he was like, "Yeah, those books were messed up. They hired a lot of people to kind of put their books back together and make their books as look as right as possible." And but he had business out of town sometimes, and so to kind of help my neighbor out, if I saw his trash can out, I'd go throw it over his fence and put it in his backyard so it wasn't visible. Both myself and the other neighbor next door, she had a spare car that was her brother's car, fully drivable Honda. She kept it on her car cover, um, and just she kept it registered. Like it was her spare car. They tried to find her multiple times over that being a derelict vehicle because they
Really?
assume if your car is covered with a car cover and you don't drive it that it's not registered, even though they're just making assumptions. They wanted to fine us constantly. I had the truck that started my channels, the 1983 Toyota 4x4 Hilux. That was parked there. It being a manual transmission vehicle, it ran. It was registered, had insurance. They tried to find me so many times over that truck. One time, my neighbors, they like to party and they'd have 14 cars up and down the street, fill their whole driveway. They'd try to park cars in our driveway. And so, whatever my thoughts were that weekend, I parked my truck, instead of parking it against the curb, I put two tires up in the grass. So the neighbors could back their cars out after they'd been partying all night,
Right.
because these college professors and their friends would stay drinking, drinking, drinking. I was like, hey, I don't want them backing into my truck. I'll just park a little further from them, put two tires up on the curb, or up into the grass. It's my grass. It's a four-wheel drive truck. Just trying to show off its capabilities. These people that drive these lowered cars, you know, they're scratching bottom on the damn speed bump. I figure I could park wherever the heck I want to park my truck. It's my truck. It's my yard. Yeah, they tried to find me for parking my truck in the. That was the first. That's what actually got their attention to that truck, and then they would try to ticket us for that truck not moving, even though it was fully drivable, registered, all that stuff. So
Right.
what we had to do was I would park it all the way against touching the garage door, and every Sunday, my wife would have to put that truck in neutral and then reset the parking brake. So by the time I'd do 6 weeks on, 1 week off. So by the time I got home, that truck would be almost into the back bumper, would just barely be into the sidewalk area of the driveway. And I would drive it around the block, go to Lowe's or Home Depot, and do whatever else errands I needed to do, and then I'd go park it all the way up against the garage by the time I left.
Well, I had,
So
I've still got my 97 Dodge truck, and I actually had it parked for a while. And of course, I had still got my little caliber, and of course, I had the Y glide. So, truck being a V8 and everything, I mean, yeah, I used it and everything, but it's like it like drinking. It definitely had a drinking problem compared to
it
a
likes that
caliber.
gasoline.
Yeah, it liked gasoline compared to the caliber, which was fuel efficient. And of course, the Y glide being the motorcycle is very fuel efficient.
Can be.
So I parked right. Well, I mean, I parked it. It was like I kept the insurance on it,
Yeah.
but I didn't get it. I didn't renew the uh, registration and everything on it. So I just parked it. It's like, okay, well, I mean, I had a little problem with it. I was working on it, trying to get it figured out. And it's like, I got sent a letter in the mail from the city code enforcement
Yep.
saying I've got a junk vehicle in my driveway. I need to get rid of it. I went going to court and everything over it, and prosecutor came up and was talking about the truck. I asked her one very simple question, and it made her kind of have to stop and think. And she was kind of stammering. That. I simply asked her, I said, what is a city ordinance that demands me by law to have my vehicle registered every single year?
Where's that city ordinance?
Yeah. What's the city
Yeah.
ordinance that requires me by law to have my vehicle
Guarantee there
registered?
wasn't one.
It's like that kind of totally threw her totally off. I'm going to dismiss this.
That they needed to.
Yeah.
That was one of those things. Every time they tried to threaten me with a fine, they got a strongly worded email out of me, and I don't think I ever paid a fine in that subdivision, but they constantly tried to fine us, everybody in the subdivision. We had a guy that he at the end of the street. He worked for the local fire department. They do like 7 days on, 5 days off, or something. Is it
Right.
or 7 days off? He when he left his trash can on the curb, it wasn't getting picked up unless his wife picked it up or one of us was going to be friendly and throw it over his fence for him. But I mean,
Right.
they were ruthless. They were heartless, and
Yep.
it was like, and what it really came down to is their excuse was, well, we haven't sold more than 50% of the properties in the subdivision yet, and that's where I started this story. Was it was right before the whole Bernie Madoff housing collapse.
Oh boy.
Yeah, and so we bought the property, and all of a sudden, they quit building houses everywhere. So this subdivision just wound up with a half-built subdivision. If
Ooh.
they had the slabs, they built the house. If they didn't have a slab poured, they just dropped it. They had the blueprints, whatever. They knew what they were going to build on that property, but they weren't building anything until people started buying again.
Yeah.
So,
I know.
so
They. Yeah.
Uh, that leads me. I said there was a story that leads to a story. When we
Okay.
bought the house that I'm currently in now, we made sure that there was no HOA. We asked multiple times. Uh, that was the main thing we told our realtor before you show us a house. Make sure it does not have an HOA. We don't want anything to do with that headache and migraine and Nazi communism. Nothing. We don't want that. We want to live out in the country. We want to be able to shoot our guns and be left the heck alone. And
Right.
we were searching for a property that had a house that was move-in ready that also had 10 plus acres. What we wound up with is about 7.5 acres. Uh, and most of our neighbors have a 3.5 acre lot. So we got basically ours is on two properties, the little corner that's just not usable that they give us, on top of that. But um, we were in the process of moving in uh, from the home I grew up in. Uh, so it's kind of somebody in my family has always lived in that house since I was in the second grade. And here I've already did my, time in college, time in the military, got out. You know, I moved in there for a period of time, and Mom and dad got an offer letter on the place, and it was like, "Hey, y'all need to get y'all's own place." And we finally started pinching our pennies and getting our money together, and you know, and got us enough money for another down payment. Because if you default on a VA loan, they make you pay a down payment on your next VA loan.
Right.
So that's what we had to put together, and we did that. And so we had signed our stuff. We didn't even get to our property. We stopped at the hardware store and bought new door locks all the way around for the whole house. And then as soon as we went from there, we went and bought a storage building, storage shed, because I had a lot of stuff that had been locked up in storage and connexes and you name it all over between the old house that we lived in, the property my parents live at. I was trying to combine and put as much stuff into that storage building. So we went to the nearest place that sold those storage buildings, those pre-built units they could drop on your property, and we bought the biggest one we could get. We bought the one that was on clearance because it was a repo job. Well,
Okay.
it being the one on clearance, somebody had already owned it. The previous person who had bought it had put a dividing wall somewhere dead in the middle of the building. And they were going to try to put, basically, you could tell they were going to start subdividing it up. This is going to be the living room. This is going to be the bedroom. Probably going to put a, bathroom, kitchen, whatever, kitchenette.
Right.
They just had one wall, wasn't even built yet. It just, there's studs there. No sheetrock, nowhere in it, no insulation, nowhere in it. They just had to put a wall in there.
Right.
So 2 or 3 days into us being there, we're moving using my dad's trailer that he's bought with his tractor back in the 90s. He's bought an old Massey Ferguson. And so we're using that trailer and hauling stuff from the old family home to the house that me and my wife and sons live at. And just as much stuff as we could fit in each vehicle, hauling it from one house to the other, pretty much across county. And we get there, and it was probably within the first 2 or 3 days. The people come to deliver the storage building, and the guy walks up and he goes, he's shaking his head. I'm like, what? He's shaking his head. I'm like, what? He goes, this driveway, and he takes out a tape measure. He goes, your driveway is 12 feet wide. You bought a 16-foot wide building. And of course, we got pine trees on both sides of the, pine trees, yopons, underbrush, both sides of the driveway. He goes, there's no way this is physically possible that we could bring this building onto your property. So he's like, if I bring it back to the yard and we reschedule with you, it's going to be $500 extra to drop it back off at the yard and pick it back up a separate time. And he negotiates with me. He goes, hey, measured out. And he goes, right here beside your driveway, because we're probably 300 or 400 yards, 300, 400 feet of road frontage. He goes, right here by your driveway, you got 15 feet 8 inches or 15 feet 10 inches. We got a 16-foot wide building. He goes, there's not even a ditch. It's just kind of flat. But
Right.
between the brush and the road, we got 15 feet 10 inches. We got a 16-foot wide building. He goes, your building's going to sit 2 inches under the road. He said, we'll be back. We'll put it on your property later. We'd already prepaid them to go pick up the other storage building that's my wife's shop that she makes her pins in. So we're thinking he's just going to go pick up that other building. And in the meanwhile, we're going to widen out the driveway. And then by the time they get back with the little building, which the little building's definitely going to fit because I think it was a 6 or 8 foot wide, on
Yeah.
its, on its narrow side. And the other one's probably 14 by 8 or whatever, 14 by 10. So we're thinking he's just going to go pick up that building. So call my mom and dad up, get my dad over there. He brings his tractor, we, chainsaws, whatever. We widen up this driveway in record time. 3 hours later, we got a 16.5 foot wide driveway, 17 foot, within the same day. And we're waiting and waiting and waiting. It gets about dark and we're like, oh, I think I even sent my wife back over there to where her building was at the other property and she's waiting on him. And I finally call him back. I'm like, where are you guys at? We're thinking you guys are going to go pick up that other building. Oh, we're going to give you guys a week or two to fix that driveway. I said, driveway's fixed, dude. Where are you at? He goes, we didn't expect y'all to work that quick. I said, dude, I need that building on my property. So the very next morning, we go back to the old property, with the trailer and go grab some more stuff and bring it over. We come back and there's a note in the mailbox, carefully worded to look like a HOA association letter, but it's a copy of a copy, and it was typed in a like a 1990s typewriter or
Oh,
word processor, we'll call it, but it was typed. You could tell it was a fonted letter.
right.
Not in like your normal stuff that comes out of a LaserJet printer. This was typed on a typewriter back in the probably mid to late 80s, early 90s. And had all these rules like no camping between the house and the yard or the front of your house, no permanent buildings between the ditch and the road, this kind of stuff. And we're like, clearly they don't think we're trying to leave this building permanently here touching the road. So, long story short, I I'm a very let's say it very nicely and professionally. I'm a sarcastic asshole. And so I hand wrote in crayon, red crayon no less, big bold 1.5 inch tall letters, and I think I had to flip front and back of the page. Please forgive us. I know it's been a long time since you've moved because we already had realized that most of our neighbors were in their 70s and they'd all owned their property since the 70s or 80s. So they haven't moved in 30 or 40 years. They don't remember what it's like to move. You know, please forgive us. We seem to have forgotten our superpowers at the old house. We're moving our stuff as fast as we can. We're sorry if any of our process of our move has interrupted your lives. Something to that effect. It's like, we're sorry if our move is, causing interference in your lifestyle, but we own this property now. Leave us the hell alone.
Yeah.
Something to that effect. And I
Yeah.
wrote it in more or less sharp. It was either crayon or matte pencil, and I taped that to the mailbox because I wanted them to be able to see it.
Right.
And I think I even wrote again and put it on the side of the building on one of the windows. And so we get back and we're moving stuff off of our trailer, putting it into the house. This late spring, early summer. So you know how it is with the houses in Texas. You don't want to leave the door open too long. So we're hauling boxes out and we're sweating our behinds off because we'd already loaded the stuff. Now we're here trying to unload the stuff and bring it into the house. And of course, one of our old bitty neighbors comes storming up the driveway. Y'all can't do this and blah 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 blah. And it's like, I knew my letter would work. I'm like, you must be the one that put that letter in our mailbox. Because, by the way, if you don't work for a U.S. Postal Service and that was not a stamped letter, you're creating a felony by putting that letter in our driveway, in our mailbox. And the more stuff I threw at her, I threw 2 or 3 things at her as quick as I could because I wasn't having it. And then my wife steps in.
Oh boy.
Oh, this is where I'm like, shh. I'm gonna step back and let my wife bark at this woman for a while, and just before she has a heart attack, I might step back in. Because there was the other fun part. We'd had a conversation with the local phone and cable internet provider. They have no more slots for people on our street. I'm like, oh, it wasn't summertime. It was the middle of December, but it was still, in Texas, it could be just as warm.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, we're over Christmas break. The kids are out of school. And y'all are just telling me that we can't get internet because y'all refuse to add more slots for new people in the subdivision. We're sorry, sir. Blah, 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 blah. We're sorry. That's basically, we're sorry. I'm like, my neighbor across the street has internet and cable, phone, whatever. Neighbor next door has it. Neighbor on the other end of me has it. So basically, you're telling me that I'm waiting on one of my 70 or 80-year-old neighbors to die so I can get internet. No, sir, it's not like that. Well, they have internet and I don't. You're telling me you won't give any more slots for, well, we don't have any more modem slots or blah, blah, blah. I'm like, then add them.
Yeah.
I said, find my neighbor that is late on their bill. I'll pay a year service right now up front. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. We can't do that. I'm like, if they're late on their bill, cut them off. I'm offering to pay you a year up front. Are you stupid? Click.
Yeah.
I'm like, I called him right back. I was like, sorry, I think we just got disconnected. We're sorry, blah, blah, blah. We can't provide you service and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, so you're literally telling me I have to wait for one of my old crockety old neighbors to die. That's not like that, sir. I'm like, pretty much what you just told me. You're not going
Yep.
to add any more lines. I said, I don't know who owned this property before me, and I don't know if they pissed y'all off and just said y'all can't run cables or whatever across this property, didn't allow y'all to trench here. I don't know what. It's under new management, people. Get this through your thick skull. I've got high school and elementary age kids that need internet for entertainment. At least give us internet if you're not going to give us cable.
Yep.
Click. Call them back again. I'm like, all right. I don't know what's wrong with y'all's phone service, but we seem to keep getting disconnected. Click. I'm like, all right. I was like, all right, I'll leave them alone for a few months. I've called them at least once a year just to have fun with them. At this point, we had to get the stupid satellite internet and satellite cable, and our cell phones barely work on the property. My wife has to go on the front porch to answer a phone call. I got Starlink here last December when I got my Christmas bonus. I'd been contemplating some sort of using, cause they sell some of those Wi-Fi hotspots, and there's some of those modem systems that can combine multiple. Say if you have T-Mobile and Verizon or AT&T, you can combine multiple SD cards into one modem, and it can combine it into one Wi-Fi signal for you to use.
Right.
But I also did the research, and you're
Yeah.
paying for that mobile data regardless of which system and plan. And of course, if you do your research, you can get the stuff cheaper than you if you go to your local Verizon people. They're going to charge you, $100 a month for this modem or that
Right.
SD card. But if you get the stuff online, you can get it for 50, 60 or whatever a month. But still, you're paying, and then they're going to still
Like
throttle
that.
you back.
Yeah.
Um, so, and I was like, well, I wonder what we use here at work. Well, I'd already found out about Starlink. So I did my research on Starlink. I was like, this sounds like a pretty good system. I had the Starlink thing opened. I'd already put my company uh, address where I work at in there for the ad delivery address and stuff. Because where I'm staying at here, I can't get mail because this is a shop and they don't even get mail here. Um, so I was like, you know what? Before I push send and purchase this, let me go ask somebody else here. What is our internet service? Because this stuff here at work works. It's awesome. I know we have some sort of mini dish on the roof. He goes, oh, we use Starlink. All right, no, no more left said. I've been using this internet for months and months, probably 8 or 9 months at the time. I was like, yeah, Starlink sold, done. I already had it in my shopping cart. I'm so happy with Starlink. I'm out in this garage, this tin building, and my Starlink unit's in the camper, you know, and this thing works fine. I've been streaming for how long? 2.5 hours
Yeah.
just today. And so
Right.
we finally saved up the money and we got Starlink in Conroe, Texas, which is not an officially supported address. They will not send us a dish to that address. So I had to have them ship that dish to here and then we brought it to there.
I was gonna say that sounds like with me. I had that problem with AT&T,
Mm,
and that's what I had for house phone, going through DirecTV, which is part of AT&T now,
yeah. Ugh,
or
not a fan of them.
TV. Um, and of course, now we also had the internet through AT&T.
Yeah.
And when I first started and everything doing YouTube, it's like, man, this internet here totally sucks. And wound up, it's like, there's no way this is going to work. Because I did the test and everything, and it's like,
Yeah.
man, the speed and everything, even with the fastest for AT&T, it was still nothing. Um,
Yeah.
and then I wound up kept getting the thing for Spectrum, and I checked, and I wound up getting Spectrum put in, and we're talking about 10 times, no, probably about 100 times faster than what AT&T wanted
Right.
or had. And it's like, oh man, I can't believe this. And it was so, the price on it was so much better. And
Right.
they finally had problems with AT&T, and we went round and round with them for about a week. For
Yeah.
some stupid reason, we told them turn off the internet. We don't need the internet because we're going to be using that.
Yeah.
We turned off the home phone. Okay. They would not turn the home phone back on because of their mistake of applying the money
To the
from the
wrong
home phone to
program.
the wrong one. Right. And we kept going round and
I
round.
hate them
And
for that.
mind you, my mom retired from Southwestern Bell, which is now AT&T.
I remember them. Yes.
So it's like went round and round with them for about a week. I called up Spectrum and I asked them, as far as how much it would be if I wanted to bundle phone, uh, TV, and internet.
And it's cheaper
And
as a bundle usually.
yeah, cheaper and everything. It wound up being $100 cheaper to go with Spectrum than it was dealing with AT&T. Basically, told AT&T, says take it and shove it where the sun don't shine. I
Yeah.
told Spectrum, says get someone out here to get all this hooked up.
Get us hooked up. Yeah.
And right
Um.
now, my
Yeah.
internet speed, I'm at 500 download, and it's like 20 up, and I'm
Yeah.
going. I'm happy with that.
I'm happier with reliable service than fast service. And that's something I have found with uh, my wife. She was looking on our program for the Starlink at the house.
Right
I think she said we're at like 14 terabytes for the month. Now I think that's their first month that they're on. So I mean, my son's been downloading updates to all of his games. We had to update the systems on the smart TV because we'd gone 6 months without internet there at the house. And I mean, right now I'll just run a speed test on the system I'm on. It might not be the fastest, but it's reliable, and they don't throttle us back. And that's
now,
what
what test do you use?
they have one in their own app. It's not.
Okay,
I mean, I mean, I'm also live streaming, so 3.5 megabytes per second upload. Oh no, that's download, and actually we're going faster on the upload. 6.5 on the upload.
because
So it's not super fast, but it's megabytes per second. I mean, I remember it when it was kilobytes. you know, the old dial-up speeds. But I mean, it's reliable. And I can go stream TV in the house. I actually was out here last night with the. My wife talked about it earlier. Um, we've got those VR helmets. The It's a gaming system, Oculus. And so I was out
okay,
here because I don't have much room inside my camper. So I was out here. I cleared out a chunk of Bay One over there, and was out here playing darts with my wife. At probably this time last night. And like I said, even though I'm in a steel building, the amount of blockage from the steel building is not slowing it down enough where I can't play the games or live stream. Even though at our house, when my wife goes inside the house, I could tell because it almost always drops the call or the call gets really choppy if she's just on the cell phone. Now that we have the internet package there with the Starlink there, that was the first thing we had to turn on is the voice over internet part of the phone signal. So if she
right,
has Wi-Fi signal, she also can use that to make phone calls,
right.
and
Well, for
that's
me, I
made her.
just want
Yeah.
right now. For me, I use it's the speed test by Ookla,
Okay.
and I just tried it myself. and I'm at 511.65 down and 22.89 up.
Wow. I've had speeds as high as 160 up and or down, and then usually about 80 or 90 download or upload. Sorry, it's always slower
Right,
on upload with the satellite things, but
right.
it's been 160, 170s. I've never seen anything higher, even though I've heard of speeds higher. Uh, Also, where I'm at, it still tells me I have uh, some sort of
Signal.
blockage in the sky. The only blockage in the sky for me is actually across the street from me is a two cell phone antennas,
Ah,
and they just barely create a little fuzz or static in that. Most of the time with the Starlink, it's a self-adjusting dish, which is fun to watch. When you boot it up, it'll just go into one position, and once it starts finding satellites,
sit there and
it'll
move.
yeah, it's neat. It's neat, and it's like, and it also it knows once this satellite's out of range, it'll go and pitch back and catch the next satellite.
Well, I know that when I was living out in the country, uh, we had internet through the phone line. Man, you talk about something that really, really sucked. And everything. And of course,
Oh yeah.
that time it was still we still had to use a dial-up modem. And man, yeah, you're talking about uh, it's basically running a 56K modem, and
Oh
it
my
was
goodness.
worse than a 14.4.
It was just bad.
And
Yeah.
right, so we actually wound up going to HughesNet for internet satellite,
I'm not a fan of
and
them, but they work.
that was a little. It was a little bit
It's better
better.
than dial up. It is better than dial up, but they throttle you back once you use your data and all that. And
Right, but
that's
now,
what
like I
I'm
said,
loving about Starlink. They do not throttle back unless somebody who has used way less data happens to come in my range. Then it will prioritize them when they're using, and as
right.
soon as they throttle back on their needs, then I get my strength and speed back. I've
Well,
heard
that's
of it, and there's several YouTube videos about it. Usually, if I'm having internet problems between say 5 and 8 or 9 p.m., it goes away once people start going to bed.
right. So now to me, if I was to say living out in the country, I'd probably go with Starlink or something like that. But
It's
here in
it's it's the
town,
bee's knees.
right? But here in town and everything, I'm enjoying having
At
Spectrum.
least, yeah. Um, the last place I worked at before coming back to Garden City, Blue Hill, Nebraska. I lived at a trailer park. She was allowing some RVs to stay there. Uh, and some of the locals actually were like, "Hey, we're only paying like $300 a month. Why is she charging like 5 or 6?" Um, it's still cheaper than an RV park down the road. You know,
Yeah.
and she main thing she had us do is we had to go register with the city, and we had to put in our deposit for electricity and water. But it was electricity, water, garbage, and they mowed the ditches and sprayed for mosquitoes. That little city in Blue Hill, Nebraska. And I put in whatever that was, $120 deposit, whatever. Gave them their money, blah blah blah. They picked up my garbage can. They assigned me a garbage can, all that stuff. And the first few weeks I was there, I was actually sending my Amazon packages to her house, my landlord's house. And actually wised up real quick. I either would send it to site where we had a receiving clerk anyway, or I would send it to my neighbor. Was still friends with him to this day. His name's Cody Burris. Uh, Him and his wife. She's one of those ladies that just she sees a stray animal and she adopts it. So they
Ah,
have like 4 dogs, 3 cats. They have iguanas. They have snakes. They have lizards, hamsters. Their whole house is full of critters. And you know, he was my buddy. And they were quick to go, hey, go over there to the whatever place, and they got internet cable phone packages, blah blah blah. And so he's like, your best deal is, especially for you, you just want internet. Go tell them you want internet and phone. I was like, I don't want phone. He goes, trust me, you want the phone line. Went in there, they told me the whole spiel, and was like, So it's $40 a month cheaper if I get the phone and internet than if I just get the internet. Yes. All right, I'll take phone and internet. I wound up going on Amazon because even Walmart doesn't carry landline phones anymore. And I got a landline phone, picked it up, called my wife once and said, "Hey, honey." Or actually, I was like, "Hey, is your husband home? Are you home by yourself? What you wearing?" She goes, "Honey, I know it's you." I'm like, "Yeah, well, this is my new number." But yeah, I mean, I had fiber optic internet.
Wow.
And the dude that come out to hook me up, he's like, "Well, here's the post. It's next to the street." And he goes, does some tests on it. "Yep, we got good internet here, blah, blah, blah." He goes, "I'll be right back." And he goes, "Yeah, they sent me out with the wrong modem device." He goes, "For years, I'm going to have to use this other modem device. It's got a slightly higher security deposit. So if you don't turn it in, they will be charging you for it." You know, but he's like, "I'll be back in 45 minutes." He comes back with the right modem and a 200-foot spool of fiber. And he's like, "This is the shortest piece of fiber I have. I'm not going to cut it down because you're telling me you're only going to be here for 3 to 4, 5, 6 months. I'm not even going to cut this cable." He made the right ends on it, ran it into the slide of my camper, put the modem in there, turned it all on, booted it all up, gave me the passwords. Bam, I was done. So that was like before I got here, and then I get here and I had no internet again. I got kicked out of an RV park for working on the mill truck, and well, I wasn't kicked out. I was just not allowed to work on the truck anymore. And
Right.
I'm trying. At the time, I was like, "Dude, you don't understand. I'm doing YouTube videos. I'm highly motivated to work on this project. I'm not leaving this project truck here. Aside from that, this truck is how I move my camper. Where am I going to go without the truck?" You know, "Rules are rules, man. You signed it when you agreed to move into the RV park. You said you weren't going to work on stuff here. If I let you work on stuff, the next thing I'm going to have engines swinging from trees here." I was like, "Your scrawny ass trees are dead anyway. What are you talking about? Engines swinging from trees?" But anyway, so I'd already gotten to know some locals here, and one of my coworkers, I knew her. Her landlord was a member of a car club. Actually, he was the president of the car club,
Very
and
cool.
I put out the word. I'm like, "Look, I'm looking for any place I can rent to just park my truck and work on it." I'm looking at storage places, calling up storage places, and they all told me I was an idiot for even thinking about working on a vehicle. We don't even have electricity. I'm like, "Yeah, but I got a van with a fucking generator in it. What are you talking about? I don't care if you have electricity. I've got electricity. I've got battery power tools. I can run my welder off the generator. I don't care. Just let me have a spot to rent." And I got a call back. She goes, "Hey, my landlord says park your truck here, work on it all you want." I'm like, "What do I owe him?" She's like, "Nothing. Just park your truck here." Okay.
Great. I can
So I
afford
started.
that.
Yeah, I can afford that price. That's the price I can work with.
Yeah.
And so I was working on my truck over there in his driveway of his shop, where he's got a bunch of Volkswagens. If you've seen some of my Volkswagen videos, he is the dude that has owned most of the Volkswagens in that video and still owns at least half of them.
Yeah.
So I drive Volkswagens in every parade. I missed, for some reason, I spaced and didn't realize they were going to have a parade for July 4th. But yeah, so I mean, I drive some of his cars in the parades, and actually this weekend coming up, we got the Rumble in the Jungle as a car show at the zoo. The zoo has a park inside their grounds that they put the car show on,
Right.
and I hope to probably do. If I'm smart, I'll probably film some shorts and some lives. The problem with the uh, that is the local radio station comes in and they play copyrighted music the whole time. So last year I
Yeah.
actually did not have a microphone plugged into my camera. I didn't realize it had a built-in mic. Not a very good mic, but it recorded all the audio. So it's like, in a way, though, I mean, I can take the comments I was making and redub the audio from those comments about what I was seeing as I was walking around those cars. And there was a couple people like, "Am I going to be in your YouTube videos?" I'm like, "No, kid. I'm not trying to put people in the YouTube video if they don't want to be." He's like, "But I want to be." I'm like, "Still, you're a minor. We're not going to worry about that." But yeah, there's an actual Shelby GT 500 Mustang that shows up to the car shows. Uh, but long story short, the girl who was my secretary when I came here to work here, somebody else had hired her, and she was my secretary at the time. She has since quit because they were trying to run her off because she had a OSHA reportable incident, and
Ooh,
she actually was bypassing a safety device. She tripped over a safety chain in the parking lot and broke her kneecap.
ooh,
So, and I have the smallest department here that had a secretary, so it just kind of didn't make sense to have a secretary for this department. Although at the time when they hired her, we had a ton of paperwork. Well, my boss just didn't like to do his job either, so he just passed all the responsibilities he could off to her and did a little of work as he could. So when I took over here, they were trying to like slim the herd. Uh, but her boyfriend is my landlord. He's like, "Hey, I got a place on the other side of town. You can park your camper out there." He named me some ridiculous price, like $150 a month. And by the time I moved here, he's like, "Yeah, you know what? How about 300?" I'm like, "Still a deal."
yep.
RV park's still 450 a month. Plus, I have to pay them electricity. He's like, electricity, water, and shop access. So I came in here and I started going through and just sweeping out hordes of garbage, emptying out stuff, moving. Anytime I found a tool, I didn't know whose tool it was. It wasn't my tool. Put it over by the toolbox. Made a pile of tools, jacks, jack stands, things like that. They're obviously shop tools. Wound up all the air hoses, things like that. Did everything I could to sweep up and make room in here. Got chewed out a few times by both him and Square Body Eric. But actually, Square Body Eric's one of my besties in town now because he works on Square Body Chevys too. And actually, we own a parts truck out there together. He got him an 8.1 Allison truck that was originally equipped with that. And then I'm taking the rear disc brake rear end off of that and all the wheels and tires off of it. So if I take a spare set of tires to No Name Nationals, those would be my burnout tires.
That'll
So
work.
yeah, and I mean, you can see I've got room in here for my behemoth. Right here in front of me is it's a square body Kodiak, a dump truck. It was with the Caterpillar, the big lighter Caterpillar engine, where they built the injectors kind of into the cylinder head, and you have to rebuild half the engine to put new injectors in. So Delmer's like, "Oh, we can fix it. I can fix it." And I was like, it costs as much to replace those injectors as it costs for a whole new engine. You'd be better off buying a big block and shoving it in there, or a modern diesel engine. You know,
That
get a
sounds like an
Dirty Max or something.
engineering, sounds like a mechanic's nightmare and engineer's revenge.
Yeah, engineer's revenge. I mean, it's a dip-free, rust-free cab. I mean, the front clip is probably fiberglass anyway, because the tilt forward. The earlier square body dump trucks and stuff had an actual steel and actually hood that opened. This
Right.
is one of the latter years. It probably went up to. They probably made these into the mid '90s when they'd already discontinued square bodies on everything else. But I mean, it's got their company logo and stuff on it. And actually, the dump bed, I actually hide my suitcases in there when I take them out of the camper. I put them in the bed. Nobody knows I put them in the dump bed because I'm the only one that's brave enough to climb up there. It, um, I spent probably a week clearing stuff from behind this dump truck, and then the last thing I did with my truck before pulling it in here, as I used my back bumper on my flatbed against the front bumper on this dump truck and put the dump truck in neutral and pushed it all the way against the wall. And it's got probably 4 inches between the back of the dump truck and the wall.
Damn.
Uh, And I can pull my truck up in there in the bay, and I have about 18 inches between either the garage door or the bumper.
So what else
So
have you
that,
got to do on that besides? I know you were doing that welding on the firewall.
yeah, I just keep biting off more and more. Once I slap the firewall back together and get that welded up, um, I took back the bolts that were too long for the body mounts, and I got the next size shorter, and now they're too short. There's a paradox there, yes. So the bolts that were too long needed about 3 washers So what I need is a bolt with more thread. But
Tap and dice that.
yeah, I guess I could do that. I'll get the longer bolts back and then run the threads down deeper, because that's really what's stopping them is I run out of thread, and then there's still room between the lower body mount and the rubber and stuff. Like I
Right.
said, it needed about 3 washers, which 3 washers on that size bolt it winds up to be almost not 3/4, but it is a little closer to half of an inch. But the bigger washers that I'd originally bought for body spacers, 3 of those washers was making an inch. So we're a third
Really?
of an inch each. What I settled on was I took a half-inch thick plastic cutting board from Sam's Club,
Right.
took a hole saw and cut those into pucks, and 2 of those makes half of an inch, or no, half an inch each. So 2 of them makes an inch. So between putting new body mounts on that are from the OBS trucks, because the original square body mounts were only like an inch thick. The OBS trucks, their body mounts are 2 inches thick. So I've got newer rubber body mounts. So I put 6 of them under this cab, and then I have 2 more for the radiator support. That automatically lifts the cab of the truck by an inch because I'm having clearance issues with this daggum Allison transmission. Um, and then I still put another inch of cutting board in there. I was originally trying to only put a half inch. I was like, oh, let's don't get greedy. Let's just put a half inch. And when I put that transmission in there, I was like, yeah, I had to unbolt everything and lift it up more. So I still have 2x4s between the body and the frame on one side, and somehow it's still sitting on the pucks on the other side, even with no bolts. But I took the transmission back out because if you watch that 3-hour video of me trying to cram that thing in there, the main couple things I kept running into was clearance issues with the firewall and the floorboard in that transmission, and the last major thing was the dipstick tube. So right below where the rust is there, or the rust repair, I took that part where there's a pinch weld of 2 sheet metal pieces coming together,
Right.
and I hammered it, just rolled it back as far as I could. I even took an air hammer with a planishing hammer on the air chisel and hammered that in as far as I could, rolled that up, and then as it transitions under the floorboard, I hammered some of that back up to give that dipstick tube a little bit more room. So next time I go back in, it should be that much easier. Another thing I noticed while I was under there, I had to Dremel out some of the holes on the transmission cross member that I made between the test frame and this frame. Some of the things just were a little squirrely, and I just may have not drilled the holes as accurately as I should have. So I just literally marked which side of the hole needed to be oblongated and carefully cleaned it out with a Dremel until I could just drop a bolt in and get it to thread immediately. And so I got all that fixed, and I was looking up at it from the ground. I was like, why is the transmission pan cocked at an angle? When I got to looking a little closer, the whole engine's cocked at an angle too. So I think I either have a driver's side and passenger side engine mount, or I missed the holes on the engine mount to the cross member, because there's 2 sets of holes, probably for big block and small block on the old square bodies.
I'm just
So
curious. You're not working on the same vehicle that 6% is, are you?
well, we have some of the same curse, and I think him doing that Chambler firewall fabrication soaked into my head, and I was like, I got to get this engine and transmission back out because I need to at least try to. I was thinking I was just going to get away with like wire wheeling it and then paint it with some fresh paint after I got the surface rust off. And as soon as I hit it with a wire wheel and there's holes, I was like, man, I just made this worse. Now
Did
I
you see
have
the
to.
video?
Now I have to fix it.
Now,
You
did you
know,
ever see the video? Him when he pulled out all that. Uh,
the Bondo.
no, not the Bondo. I'm talking about the sheet metal that was for the flooring and everything.
Oh goodness.
That was all
Ah,
riveted in,
riveted.
literally,
Well,
and it was all aluminum rivets.
oh, aluminum rivets on steel floorboards or steel made floorboards.
Uh, Actually, it's more air floorboards
Oh, he had
because
the
yeah,
Bluetooth floorboards.
Yeah, he had the
Mm,
wireless. Yeah, because there was
the
no
wireless
nothing.
floorboards. Well,
Yeah,
I had parts of the floorboard here that were wireless, and I ordered some patch panels for the rocker. What I should have done is started with a floorboard, at least half floorboard section. Would have been a much smarter place to start. And I was like, oh, you know what? I could just go get some sheet metal. I got a sheet metal brake that's literally bolted to the bed of the truck, flatbed here. So it's literally bolted to the flatbed, and I had a sheet metal brake, and I figured out how to make some pretty decent bends with it. Um, but I couldn't match some of those
curves and angles.
curves. And the worst one was, I made, and I was smart to do this. Instead of using factory gauge sheet metal for the floorboard, I went something like 16 or 12. I mean, the thick stuff. It's stuff that's easier to weld. And I stitched that joker in. And Marcus, the guy I was telling you about earlier that was letting me work in his shop's driveway, he's a professional welder. He's a machinist welder. And he's like, well, what gauge welding wire are you using? And I told him, he was like, you're welding this thin ass metal. You need a thinner wire. Hello, that's why they sell thin wire. I had a degenerate middle of the road 30, 030 wire. He goes, go get the thinnest wire you can get and then get the tips for it and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, done, dude. Come back an hour later. He goes, all right, let me see your welds. And I was over there. He just like, take out some sheet metal, start stitching on it. Just do it. He's like, oh, no. He's like, you got this all wrong. He's over there tuning on the welder. Got it dialed in. He's like, you can't mess up with this setting. And I was like, you know what? You're right. I need you to come over and tune my welder for me every time. But he actually, before that, he actually brought me into his shop. He's like, he dialed in his welder on whatever he was welding, similar sheet metal. And he goes, here's what I'm telling you. That's why you need to go get the other wire. And he goes, and it was like, well, what welding lens you got there? And I had the flip down hood because I had an old Cobalt welding hood. It was one of those automatic dimming welding hoods.
Right.
Only worked in broad daylight outdoors. The internal battery mechanism on it was either crap or maybe just that it was so old that was what they did back then. I don't know. But he's like, so I'd given up on using that and I had to flip down 10 or 12 shade. He goes, go get you a nice automatic welding hood. Spend some money on it. Get the one with the big lens. So I went down to Harbor Freight and spent some money and got the whole kit and caboodle and come back a couple hours later and he got me all dialed in. And I thank him for that because I mean I was able to weld this floorboard into this truck and made it look somewhat decent for a floorboard. You know what? It's going to get covered by carpet anyway, right? I'm
Yep.
not going back in with that vinyl bullshit because that when it gets water under it, it stays there. It does not evaporate. That's why I'm having to replace so much floorboard on this truck. And it was a Nebraska truck. They salt the bejesus out of the roads up there. At least in Kansas here, people have the common sense to park a nicer vehicle through the winter. Because I mean, I could probably drive any direction 10 minutes out of town and find 5 trucks in 5 minutes that are the crew cabs. I just didn't buy mine in the right place. I don't think there's a piece of sheet metal that's bolt-on sheet metal on this truck that I won't have replaced by the time I'm done. I'll have replaced all 4 doors, both fenders. Uh, you know what? The core support. I don't need to replace the core support. Um, the roof has some dents, but I'll be able to pull them. There's no rust up there, thank God. No severe rust. Um, the inner fenders got replaced long ago because those were completely rotted out.
Let me ask you this: would it have been cheaper and faster just to have bought another truck?
What I contemplated for the longest time is I should have went and found a Suburban. Immediately after buying this truck, I should have went and found a Suburban and stole all the doors and fenders off of it. It should have found a junk Suburban that didn't have a running engine because that's where you get the cheapest stuff. Is oh, it doesn't have an engine. I'll put my own engine in it. And
Yep.
as soon as I got it down the road, I should have taken all the parts I wanted off of it and put it on this. And at least they would have all been one body color and just paint this cab to match that Suburban.
Yep.
Paint the top of the cab. Paint the. My dash is yellow even. My floorboards are yellow. I'm like, ah, but
Been better
uh,
to take. Well, you could have taken the cab off the Suburban and even put on there.
just take the back part of this cab and just cut the Suburban right behind the rear doors and put this cab back on there and been done.
Yeah,
Register this as a Suburban. I don't care.
and you would have been done by now.
Possibly, yes. Well, I mean, I did some body work for a while, and then uh, I'd say it was around
Yeah.
February or March of last year. I bought the engine and transmission, so it took me probably until oh goodness, it was right after I got into this garage. So right about this time last year, I got the engine and transmission up here, and I did everything I could with mocking up that engine and transmission on a different 1-ton square body frame because I
Right.
knew the frame rail width was the same. But that was a 1-ton 2-door frame. They had a different height. I'm trying to do this. The height of the frame was probably an 8-inch height, and this is a 10-inch height because it's a 4-door frame. So there's some minor differences, but the frame widths are the same. Um, the cross member and stuff like that, it's all the same. So I was able to get this bolted up there, do the cross member. That took me way longer than it should. I tried to reuse the cross member that came from the UPS truck, and it was a round tube. But not only did it, I'm trying to do this, a U shape in, it also went from front to back under the back of the transmission. So it had a multi compound curvature to it that made it very difficult to accurately narrow. And I made several cuts to it. And I spent probably a week welding up the new end plates on it. Got it all bolted up between the frame rails, and I looked at it and was like, where the heck am I supposed to put my exhaust? Because this V of that cross member was taking up all the space between the transmission and the frame rails. And of course, it was like 4-inch diameter tubing and stuff. I was like, done. I went called Marcus up. I was like, "Hey, you got any like 2x3 or two whatever some rectangular shaped tubing?" And he's like, "Yeah, it's going to be pricey now. Just to replace it's whatever per foot." And I'm like, "I don't care." I'd already been to all the Metal Mart and uh, Home Depot and the Menards that had some even Tractor Supply. They got little 1-inch tubes and some little teeny tiny angle irons. I was like, no, I need this. I want a specific size that's in my brain. I'm going to design it out of that. Sell it to me. He goes, all right, it's behind the shop. Come see me during your lunch break. Come and saw him, and he's like, sit behind the shop. Go pick out what you want. If it's not, if the size you just quoted me is not what you want, just pick what you want. Bring it in here. We'll talk about it. I brought it in there. He's like, bandsaw's over there. Started looking around at the bandsaw. I was like, okay, well, I know how to work. Kind of know how to work one of these. Measured out what I wanted. Put it in the bandsaw. Put it on the bandsaw. Turn the bandsaw on. Cut the piece off. He goes, all right. Uh, whatever he quoted me was like twice what he actually wound up charging me. And that'll be $30. Just get the heck out of here. Go put the other piece back in the pile. I'm like, all
Yeah,
right.
I was gonna say there's a lot of people don't realize when you're looking for metal, there is one place that you can actually go to. 9 times out of 10, you can actually find it, and it's cheap. That's your
What's that?
scrapyard. Scrap
Yeah,
yards.
because they've already paid for scrap metal price for it. So
Right.
whatever you're paying them is bonus on top of that. They're making money back out of that.
Well, what you're doing, I mean, I've got one that is
True,
it's
true.
kind of out of town. It's the only one that I can actually go to because the one in town they don't sell; they only buy.
Oh,
But
okay.
before then, I could actually go out there and I could buy stuff from them. Now they
Yeah.
won't.
Different
But I've
ownership,
got
I'm
another
sure.
one that I need to go back and check with them. But I talked to them and they said, "Yeah, you can come out here and you buy whatever you want. We'll sell it to you whatever price per pound is on scrap metal."
Right?
And I said, "How much is scrap steel?" I think he said it was like 20 cents a pound or something like that.
Right?
And I'm going, so in other words, if I find this piece of equipment that I want to buy and everything, if it weighs like 80 pounds, I'm only going to be paying,
By
you
the
know,
pound for it,
I'm buying it by the pound. And it's like, okay.
right?
So
I can't complain
something I
about that.
want
I'd do it,
right. So something I want to buy and everything, it might cost about $300. I think I figured out I could get it for about 40 or $50.
right?
Right. Going, okay.
Um,
Um,
I mean, some other things that right now I have to like fix the firewall. Then I have to put the engine and transmission in. Uh, have to get my shifter finished. Uh, some other projects in the future. Um, right now I have half ton coil springs in the front because that's what it was available. Uh, I took the front end apart. I was going to put lifting springs in because I was having problems with the tires rubbing the fenders. Not lifting springs, but little lifting spacers in the springs. And took the front end apart, cleaned and painted it while I did that. That's how I tend to
is that
do
a four
stuff.
by four frame?
No, it's not. It's 2-wheel drive. But I put ridiculously oversized tires on it because I ordered them online. Um,
The reason I
and
was
now I
asking,
have them.
the reason I was
I
asking is
want it to be a 4-wheel drive.
well, I was going to say, I know someone who happens to have a crew cab, 4-wheel drive frame sitting behind her house. It's just sitting there scrap metal.
The whole frame.
Yeah. I think it's even got the transfer case with it.
I would need some. Well, with the Allison, they have a specific transfer case that fits it, or I have to do a divorce transfer case,
But I
or
think it
just
is.
use. They probably have a Muncie or something that's would fit that would have a transfer case.
But I think it is it's either Chevy or GMC frame.
Yeah, the frames are the same. They just change the grill supports.
Right. But
The GMC grill support will not take a Chevy grill, and a Chevy GMC, Chevy core support will not take a GMC grill. They did that on purpose.
right.
You
But I
have to change the whole
guarantee
grill support.
right. But I guarantee you that she'd probably let it go for cheap amount
Yeah.
because I do know that she's got I think it's a 68 I think it's 68 Camaro sitting back there
Oh,
that she wants to
really?
get rid of.
Oh,
The only
wow.
thing is you've got to get that
Maybe
four by
package
four
deal them.
frame out.
So I say
Probably
package deal them to get them both. I could see those being future projects for the channel. I mean,
if someone hey Pickle
hey,
if
Pickle! Is Pickle here?
someone yeah, he just
Did he
popped in.
find his way to us after this many hours?
Yeah. But yeah, I mean if
Scrolling down.
someone was looking for a four
My
by
long lost
four
son.
frame, okay, they're gone. I didn't know.
What's that?
She got rid both of them are gone.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, and I need to get back in there to water.
I mean, it's. We've been on for 3 hours. Pickle, I
But
wish you'd have jumped on sooner, brother.
I'll be right back because my
Okay.
bladder says no. I gotta
Oh,
go.
it's that time. Okay. Pickle, what we were just discussing is he was finding out that I've got coil springs on the front here, and I actually had to swap to half-ton coil springs on my 1-ton truck because the local junkyard didn't have any square body 1-ton springs when I broke one of my springs. I didn't know I had a broke spring when I bought the truck, but I took the front end apart to do some other work and clean it and put a lift kit in it, and then I found out. Uh, oh, we're gonna have to hear this story. But I found out that I had a broke spring, so I went to the local junkyard and he sold me a pair of half-ton springs. But the frame that I used to mock up this engine and transmission on is a 1-ton frame and has 1-ton springs in it. That being said, once I get all this happiness put back together, that's a side project where I could take it back apart, pop those springs out, get the 1-ton springs, put them in here. And I have another project. Square Body Eric and myself bought a 2003 Chevy truck that had an 8.1 Allison in it, and um, his has the disc brake rear end because it's a lot newer body. It's the body style right after the OBS trucks. But it has the disc brake rear end, 14 bolt, 1-ton rear end. I think the track width is just slightly different. The spring width on the disc brake rear end is different. So I'm gonna have to get new spring perches and weld them onto that axle. So those are future projects that probably won't get done until way after No Name Nationals. Uh, Pickle, I'm going to invite you on so you could tell the story on why you've been to the ER.
I'm just trying to figure out what stupid idea he came up with to try.
I, you know what? Again, we need to hear the story. Come on, Pickle.
Yeah. And I did not realize that that frame and the Camaro had been sold already.
It happens. I got you.
Yeah, I mean, because the only way to get the Camaro out was you had to
We'd had
move
to
that.
buy the frame first anyway. Yeah, somebody had to
You would
move the
have to
frame.
move the frame and everything. I mean, she's got some other things out there. I want to go back over there and see if she still got some of the stuff
Right?
because she actually had an air compressor sitting out there. I think it was about a 40 or 60 gallon
Oh wow.
that was just sitting there. All right,
I
he's on his way
think
home. Okay.
this shop has two 80-gallon tanks and only one working compressor motor.
Well, I know I never asked if you'd gotten rid of it. I know.
Oh, he can't get on because he's on his way home.
Yeah.
Pickle, can you give us a little hint on what happened?
Yeah.
Um,
What stupid idea were you trying to do?
yeah,
That
why
didn't
were
work
you in the
out.
ER? I mean, my last trip to the ER involved metal and Dremel stone in my eyes.
Ooh.
Uh, Turned out to be both eyes. I thought it was just in my right eye, but the more times I put eye wash in my eyes to flush them out, the more painful things got. To the point where I was like, all right, it was Thanksgiving Day. I was like, I tried to go to get better eye wash or uh, the eye lubricating drops at the pharmacy, and they locked the doors as I walked up. They
Ooh.
wouldn't let me in. The pharmacy didn't. And then I tried two doors over was the urgent care clinic. They'd been closed the whole day. I drove to my office where I did have some of the eye wash, like the eye lubricating drops, which did provide some relief, but did not get the stuff out of my eyes. So I was continually scratching my eyes with the stuff that was in my eyes. So I finally broke down. I was like, you know what? Let's do it now before later. Because if I wake up in the next morning and my eyes are even worse, I'm not going to be happy. You know, it's my eyes. And
Yep.
so went to the emergency room. They took me in at a pretty good pace. And long story short, they gave me some numbing drops. But because I mentioned earlier that I'm allergic to the Tylenol, Aleve, aspirin, Motrin, they give me anything that's supposed to numb pain. I have a high anxiety level. And so they're like, I'm like, can you put the smallest drop you can in my eye? You know, and they went to put the drops in my eyes, and I freaked out. I went up on the third floor of the hospital. I was almost to the helipad on the roof. My blood pressure did the same, and
Ooh.
so it took about 3 tries to finally get eye drops in my eyes. And they put the eye drops in my eyes, and I had a chance to calm down and see that they were actually working. Then they put eye drops in both eyes, and they continued to swab my eyes with Q-tips, roughly, effectively what they are, cotton swab on a stick. And they found plenty of particles in my eyes, both eyes, and they're like, you know what? We're just gonna flush your eyes with this Murphy lens. So the Murphy lens is a big silicone thing that they put in your eye. Your eyelid holds it in, and they hook a saline bag to it, and they proceed to flush the entire saline bag through your eye and all over you. So the hospital bed was just completely drenched, and so was I by the end of that. Nothing serious. Sister went at the same time because we were feeling dizzy and had headaches. Had a ladder accident. Pickle, the story's just getting more questions than
He's gonna have
answers.
to let it. Yeah, he's definitely gonna have to let us know. Well, I was gonna say for me, the last time to the ER for me was back in November, and
Same
that's
month, yeah.
when Crystal and I we'd actually go. I'd actually booked a hotel room for the Lone Star Rally in Galveston.
Oh, okay.
And believe it or not, it was I actually got the same hotel room I'd gotten when I went on my last cruise.
Oh, neat, neat.
And the hotel I got, it's Microtel Inn because I'm part of the Wyndham Rewards
Okay,
program.
gotcha. Yeah.
And the hotel is right across from NASA, right there, Johnson Space Center.
Oh,
I
neat,
mean,
neat.
it's literally, I mean, you literally could look out and see Johnson Space Center.
Oh, wow.
And they had tours and everything. But we were there for, I, in order to get the room at the cost, had to prepay and non-refundable.
Okay.
So I was like, once I paid for it, I mean, she and I discussed this. Once I pay for it, we're locked in no matter what. I can't get the money back. So, and mind you, this was before all the other stuff that was going on. And it's like, okay, well, room's paid for, we're going. So we went down, we actually went down on the bike, and we had all of a sudden we had nothing but problems with the bike.
Mm.
Uh, I
Oh
had an
no.
LED headlight in it that went out in the
Those aren't
dark.
supposed to
Well,
break.
yeah, of all things, yeah, wasn't supposed to burn out. Lifetime warranty. It's like, oh boy. And then had problems with the running of the bike and everything. Also, it's like, damn. And then on top of that, we're at the hotel. I'm still having my medical issue, and it's like, okay, go in the bathroom at the hotel, and I tell her, we're going, got to find the closest hospital. She goes, why? I says, I'm seeing red.
Oh, wow.
And the doctors always said that if I ever saw blood, better get to the ER. So that's exactly what we wound up doing. And we actually
Yeah.
got to the one in Galveston.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, they did the CT scan again. And they said basically I had uh, on the large intestine, it was basically like a pimple that literally popped. And they said, you know, when you get a pimple and everything, you get the white stuff and then you get the blood and everything coming out. That's
Okay.
basically what happened. I had like a pimple on my large intestine that
How does
decided
that
to pop.
transfer to your eye?
No, no, no.
Oh,
I'm just saying that that was my last time me going to the ER.
okay. Oh, you were seeing red some other places.
Well, yeah, I mean, where else you
You
gonna
went
see?
to the bathroom. Okay. I thought
Yeah,
you were seeing red, like your vision was seeing red.
no, 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 no. I was seeing red on when I'm taking notes in the bathroom.
Taking notes, using the form one. Gotcha.
No, I was using form two.
Oh, well, it's the most important form you will fill out in the bathroom.
Yeah,
It was from
right.
an episode of MASH. They called it Form 1.
Okay.
Yes.
Mobile Army Surgical Hospital,
Yeah, the old TV show. Um,
and a
but
good
yeah,
movie.
yeah, that too. Um, yeah, I mean, this has got to come together. The game plan uh, was still to get this together. Once this is up and running, I don't have to do the springs and the rear end disc brake swap right away, but get this running where I could tow something to No Name Nationals, and probably going to be the old '83 Toyota. It just needs a new short block. Cylinder head's good. It's got cams on it. It runs on propane with the turbo, and with 35-inch tires, it tries to pull a wheel stand.
Yeah,
So thinking it'd be a fun show at the very least.
yeah,
Probably going to put a smaller tire on it, you know, for gear ratios and stuff. But I mean, heck, it does okay with those big ass tires, but it'd probably run faster with a less weight that it's trying to
right.
rotate, and
Let me ask
just
you this:
some cheap
what year?
tires.
Right now, what year truck is that one you're working
This
on? Yeah,
this is a '86. The original, the when I was buying it, he told me it was an '87, and he told me it was the throttle body fuel injection. Well, it wasn't about a week later. I actually pulled the air cleaner off and looked at it. I was like, "Oh, that's a quadrajet." So I was like, well, he was wrong about the year model and clearly whether it was fuel injected or not. It had California emissions. 2 smog pumps because it was a 1 ton. Had it been a half ton, it would only had 1 smog pump when it was
All right, so it's 3/4. Is that 3/4 or 1 ton?
1 ton.
Okay, so
Effectively now it'd be a 3/4 ton, but because if you wanted it to be a 1 ton, it would probably had dually rear end.
if
Still
I
the
can,
same 14 bolt, but it would have had duals.
right. Well, let me check with someone I know that's local. Uh, he actually does car crushing, and he might have some of those at the yards that he goes to. Then instead of crushing it, could probably find some of the parts you might need.
I'm always open to parts. I love junkyard parts. My favorite is actually pick-a-part style where I get to go pull them because I get to keep the hardware that comes off, and I get to recognize how that one was bolted up because sometimes things are different depending on who worked on it. And also, pick apart, you're doing the pulling, they don't charge you near as much.
Right,
So,
and you get the parts a
but
lot cheaper
yeah,
than
I mean,
regular.
sometimes a crusher, if they're just trying to get, like you kind of said earlier with scrap metal value, you know, they're trying to beat scrap metal value by a little bit. So I mean, he might be
Right,
hey, I could get $5 for that as scrap metal, but I'll take 20 for because it's a valuable car part. You know,
right, and a
he's
lot of
still
time when
charging
they're
less than a junkyard,
right, and a lot of times those the guys that are doing the crushing, they could care less. I mean, I've seen a guy.
right?
You're up in Kansas, right?
Yes.
How far from Hutchinson are you?
Hutch. They're on the east end of the state, off of 35. I'm on the west end.
Because
I'm literally probably just as close to Oklahoma City as I would be to Hutch. No, probably
well,
an hour closer to Hutch, but
reason I was asking is because there was another guy, Adventures Made from Scrap, I think is the
okay.
name of the channel,
Ah,
and he's actually up in Hutchinson, and he does crushing. Uh, and you would not believe some of the stuff that he will actually run through his yard and crush it because no one has an interest in it. He'll get like the old 50s and early 60s
is it
trucks,
scrap or scratch?
uh, scratch, I think.
Okay, got it.
But anyways, he literally will cut the nose and everything off the truck and sell it as wall art.
Oh wow.
I mean,
Well,
I'm
I
willing.
actually saved the front portion of both front fenders and some. I got a GMC grill, but I got it out of a garage. I think I paid $15 for a half broken GMC grill. But I've got the front parts of my fenders, and I'm going to take front part of a hood, stitch them all together, and then put the grill in it and make wall art out of that. So, because my fenders were too beat up to leave on here,
Right,
they had the bumper wrap around them, and this truck had been in no major collisions, but it had been some dents and bangs. You could tell the guy just gave the keys to whoever 14-year-old kid that was going to go help with harvest that season.
right.
You know,
But that's the thing. Trying to remember. I know the name of it. I can't think of it.
you were just
Uh,
saying the adventures made from scratch
it's actually
wall art.
Adventures Made from Scratch,
Yes.
something like that.
Yeah.
Um,
What? Well, you know what? We've been on here for 3 hours and almost 20 minutes, and we're down to like one viewer anyway. Pickle's already signed back out. He says 1 a.m. there. Um, we'll just go
okay.
ahead and wrap this up. I got to get some rest before I go to bed. And this is my last long live stream for the week. I might do something at the car show this weekend. Um,
Okay.
so
But yeah, I
if I
mean,
do,
I was
go
just
ahead.
saying, that's a place that you could probably,
Can
that's the
get some
reason I
parts.
asked. Right,
Thing I
get parts
saw
like
on his
that.
channel, he's Bought 2 antique crew cab internationals.
Yep, that's him.
Oh goodness. My brother was looking at a crew cab international the other day. He's like, "Should I buy it?" I'm like, two words of advice: buy the cab if the sheet metal's good enough. I said, then find a modern frame that has a rolling drivetrain, that preferably a wrecked truck that still has good running shit. Take all the scrap parts off of it, and put that new body on that antique body on that frame. Make the body fit the new frame. You get
Yep,
new drivetrain, you get new this, new engine, new transmit. Uh, Instead of trying to swap stuff onto an older frame, which is I'm doing here, use the modern frame. Just put the body on the new frame.
yep.
You know,
But like I
because
said,
there's a reason they make frames wider now. It's because they could move the suspension into better positions to get better ride, more
yep,
stable, all that. That's just something the automakers didn't know back then.
yep.
Granted,
But
the
yeah, I
things
mean,
were
like,
easier to
that,
work on.
right. But that's someone that, you know, I'm gonna say if you were close to him, I'd say get a hold of him. You know,
I,
he might have some of the stuff that you want. I mean, it's him. He's got a yard, and his dad's even got a yard.
I mean, he's not super close, but being that he's another YouTube channel too, I see more potential that way than if he was just a scrapper. You know,
Right.
he gets the point of the having a channel and that you're doing stuff. You know,
Oh yeah.
and so that's something where he knows if I show up to buy something, I'm gonna bring cameras. You know, that's kind of
Yeah.
a more or less given. Because I've gone to some places they're like, put your phone away.
Yep.
We don't want you accidentally showing something else in the background that we don't want to sell or
Right.
that somebody might potentially show up and steal. And there's like certain vehicles in this garage. There's a I don't know early 2000s Ford F-150 in front of me. You know, it's junk. The body's straight, but they don't plan on replacing the engine for whatever reason. You know, I don't know why it's still sitting indoors. It's wasted space in this garage, but I don't own this garage. I can't
Yeah.
argue or complain. Uh, I'm not allowed to show that truck for whatever reason. I can show this dump truck. They don't mind me showing the dump truck. Behind there, behind the dump truck is a very unique original paint classic that has the original interior. Can't show it at all. Um, there's a green 70s Corvette over here. It's kind of showed up a couple times by accident. It doesn't belong to anybody in this shop, but I'm not supposed to show it. So it's kind of I do my best to not show it.
Right.
Uh, there's a 5.0 convertible Mustang. Neat as a transmission. That's all that's wrong with the car. The guy was supposed to come in here. Think the owner, my landlord, was supposed to put the transmission in for him. It's been here for like 7 years. The
Huh.
actual they bought a transmission to put in it. That transmission has been sold. The front end of the car is raised up on jack stands high enough you could get under there and put a transmission in. There's no transmission here to put in it.
And that's
I
all it
don't.
needs. Transmission.
It's a convertible 5.0 Mustang. To me, it's a Fox body. It's kind of the most worthless car in the world, especially as a convertible. But I've been like, what does it need? Like a C4, C6, whatever the transmission would be. Just give me the transmission. I'll bolt it in, get the car outside by next weekend. You know, I could
I
do
know
the
people would
I
kill
could do
for
the
that.
transmission swap in a weekend. Thing's been here for 7 years.
I know several people would kill to get their hands on that car.
Uh, Paint it white and play some Slim Shady the whole time you're driving it.
Shade Tree, where are you? Got your Fox body.
It's just like, good lord. Even new guy's garage would probably like this. He'd put a 289 in it or something. But put a carburetor on it and argue about manifold vacuum versus port vacuum for 2 hours at a time. But
Yeah, we're supposed to be talking about that, I think, tomorrow.
I'm like, dude, it's vacuum advance. It doesn't matter. If you want to really get advanced, get you a 6AL box and program it.
Or how about
Put your advance where you want it.
reassembling a Holly carburetor with a butter knife?
Well, that's his screwdriver of choice, but I mean, I've got enough screwdrivers within 5 steps of me here. I would never have to use a butter knife,
Yeah.
but I mean, I have a pocket knife is probably a better screwdriver than a butter knife, but yeah, it's just I mean, I
Yeah.
get that he does not believe in fuel injection or timing things properly, but you know, and to argue back and forth between him and what was the other garage that made the video
Uh,
first about manifold vacuum versus port
yeah.
vacuum.
And the weird thing about it is they were talking about fuel injection, and a lot of people don't realize that fuel injection's been around for several
Since
years.
uh, who was it that made mechanical fuel injection first? Was it uh
Index.
Mercedes with the Bosch or Bendix?
Yeah.
You know, and then there's the Hill Burns that's been in drag racing for decades. You know,
Right.
better part of 60, 70 years probably by now. I mean,
Uh,
there's fuel injection out there that's not even electronic fuel injection. You
right.
know,
It was all
I remember
mechanical.
the first fuel injection I saw that was non-electronic fuel injection was actually a Bosch system, mechanical fuel injection on an old Porsche.
Yep.
You know,
And
and
now,
the
as
biggest
far as
problem with that car was the damn relays that had nothing to do with the fuel injection.
yeah, now the first production car to actually have fuel injection was a Chrysler 300.
Okay,
Back,
I was thinking it was
I think
probably
I
a
looked at,
Corvette, but
but actually Corvette it was an option. But as far as an actual production car for
full production.
normal production, a
Yeah,
full
yeah.
production, yeah, he's still going. Was I think 1957, either 56 or 57 on a Chrysler 300.
Wow. It was
But the
mechanical fuel injection?
mechanical fuel injection, but then the 57 Corvette, yeah, you could get fuel injection, but it was an option,
Was it factory option or dealer option?
factory.
It had to be factory. You just had to order it that way.
Right, you had
Okay.
to order it, but you could have gone down to your regular Chrysler dealership and bought a car
A car that
right
had fuel injection. Done. In the store.
right from the factory. Didn't have to order it.
Wow.
It was not an option. It was standard
Hmm.
equipment.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I get why so many they call us boomers or fuds do the LS swaps. That fuel injection system is simple. It's basic. They tell you what sensors you need. They're all right there. You know, there's enough people have done this swap so many times that there's already tunes and codes out there that you can buy or download a tune and code to put into the computer and reflash the original computer. Or if you really want to like go crazy balls out, you can go buy the Holly system and plug it into those sensors. You
Yeah.
know, and that's what I kind of like about this 8-1 swap. It's it's basically the same injection system, only it's the big block version. So 2 sensors are different. The cam position sensor and the crank position sensor. Everything else uses the same style of injectors, maybe bigger injectors because it's big block. Uses the same coils, you know, uses a slightly longer coil to plug wire. You know, everything else is pretty much the same connectors. You know, I can order the injection harness from Amazon. You know, and that's I spent weeks rebuilding this harness to only realize that all I really needed to was to strip the Allison plug from the harness, and if I'd have bought an Amazon harness and moved the connectors for the crank position sensor, plug in the or splice in the parts that go to the Allison and the wires that go between the TCU and the ECU. So 3 wires go talk between the computer of the transmission and the computer of the engine.
So
3
you learned the
wires.
hard. So
Learned it the
what
hard way, yes.
you learned the very hard way.
And it took me over a year to get the TCU from the guy that sold me the engine and transmission.
And the thing about it is, I know everybody likes an LS swap.
They're easy
To me,
in a way.
well, to me, it's okay. I'll still stick to my Chrysler stuff.
I mean, I think that was another one that I don't think it was New Guy's Garage. I think. My goodness, he was on. You had a stream going at the same time that 6% did last night. Um, Guy had a poncho motor, like a 405 Pontiac, 400,
Huh,
450 Pontiac. He was on the stream, and he was like, actually, it's pretty common swap to put the LS injection system computers on the Pontiac motors. And
huh,
I see why though, because I mean, it's such an easy swap. All you have to do is get the right sensors that go to that engine or compatible sensors. Because I
right,
mean, water temp sensor, 0 to 5 volts. Most of your sensors are 0 to 5 volt sensors. You just need crank position and cam position. And you can actually run with one or the other on an LS based computer. You just have to program the computer to know what it's doing.
right. That's one thing I do like about my '97 truck
Yeah,
is that even though it's got 318 in it, uh, it has fuel injection
yeah.
already. It's like, okay, if I want to put a 360 in there, which is a bigger engine, everything's the same.
All the sensors and stuff are the same. The computer can run it.
Everything's the same.
There you go.
Uh,
You know,
I it wouldn't be that much to change on it. As a matter of fact, I don't think there's that much to change.
yeah. It might be. It probably would even self retrim to the bigger engine,
Probably, right?
as long as they're both
But
factory cams.
yeah, and that's the thing is like, yeah, both of them are fuel injection. Like I said,
Yeah,
looking at them physically, you cannot tell the difference.
between what is it, 318 and what's the next one?
360.
360. Yeah,
Yeah, I mean they're both
sounds like an
the
easy upgrade. Easy
yeah,
swap.
and they're both Magnum engines, which means they both have hydraulic roller lifters
Yeah, yeah.
um, and
Uh,
everything.
Roller lifters are like a standard now that you can't
Yeah,
get away from. You know, that's been a whole conversation. I think probably Richard Holdner's probably covered dozens of times in his live streams and stuff. But yeah, I mean, uh, you almost can't get away from a roller lifter now, you know,
yeah.
because and without the zinc, you can't run a flat tappet or hydraulic flat tappet.
Now, what was the first year you get a roller lifter in a GM product, V8 wise?
It would have been the early LSX motors
And what year would that have been?
in the cars. Goodness, late '90s, early 2000s.
Wow.
I
So
make
Chrysler
me
beat them.
Google it. Make
So
me Google that. Uh,
that's
you
weird
want
because I'm going to
do
say if
you
you
want to
see,
specifically the roller cam or the LSX? Because
I'm
I
just talking
know the
about,
LSXs came standard with the roller.
I'm just talking about, what engine actually, what V8 actually came with roller lifters from GM. And what was the first year for
Huh. 1987 was the first year they became standard on some cars.
them? Ah, so Chrysler did do it first.
Well, this is GM 87.
Well, Chrysler, they started in
They still
85.
predated it? Okay. Well, they beat them by 2 years.
Yeah.
I want to say it was still obviously going to be a SBC small block Chevy. I think that was in their Corvettes and maybe later in their Camaros. And they had a dog bone that would connect the two lifters together. Uh, but that was an adaptation to the original small block Chevy.
Well,
Um,
reason I'm saying Chrysler because I used to have
yeah,
an 85 Fifth Avenue and transmission went out on it.
yeah,
And it's like, okay, so got it back here to the house. And it's like, oh, I knew that it had, like oil pan was leaking on it and stuff like that. And I figured, maybe the rear seal. I'm going, well, hell, I've got the transmission out. Might as well go pull the engine and reseal everything. And so I got, pulled it all out, put it on the stand, and got the oil pan pulled off of it. And it's like, you know, okay, I've got the front seal taken care of, got the rear one. I mean, you got to pull the oil pan off just to be able to get the rear seal done. And it's like, I'm just wondering how the rod and main bearings are. So I just got,
Started looking, huh?
I just started looking at it, and then I took off, got the bolts and everything for a number 4 main cap loosened up. You know how just loosen them up and then get it off there. You hit the bolt with the hammer.
Yeah. Give it a little
I
whack.
did.
Yeah.
I gave it a little whack, and all of a sudden it goes bling, bling. Like, what the hell? Look down. Number 4 main cap was in 2 pieces.
Mm.
That whenever it was
How?
assembled, whenever it was assembled, you know how it's got that the shoulder it has to sit down in. Whoever put it on there, they had instead of it going down like this, it was in there like that. And when they torqued it, it put too much stress and everything. And
Wow.
the crack actually went just like this, but it was at the angle where the
And
bolt
it ran that whole time that way.
and never knocked or anything. And it's like when I saw that, it's like, oh crap. So that meant rebuild the engine. And it's like, oh well, hell,
Wow.
this thing's got, pull the intake off. It's like, hell, I didn't realize this thing's got roller lifters in it.
Right.
And that was actually the first year that
That they
Chrysler
did
had
roller lifters.
they did hydraulic roller
I'm
lifters.
sure they were probably, like I said, kind of an adaptation to whatever engine block family it was at the time. Because I mean, that's how they always do stuff. I mean, generally, they're going to
Yeah,
do an adaptation to make things smarter, better, and then the next generation, if that was a better idea, is going to come out with that as a standard product. You
yep.
know,
And that's
like
exactly
like I
what
said, the
happened.
LS motors. I remember they had a roller lifter, and when I was at the School of Automotive Machinist, that was the neat thing, is because you could just take you leave the engine block in the car, but you take the radiator out and take the timing cover off, roll the cam around, or take the rockers loose too, but roll the cam around. And the old LS motors, they had clips that held the lifters. So while you did a cam swap, the lifters would just stay in that plastic clip, pop the cam out, put a new cam in, put your rockers assembly and push rods back together, and you never had to take the lifters out of the block.
Huh. Never
You
even
just
take
had
the intake, didn't
you
even
had
take
to
the
take the
intake off.
valve covers off. You had to take the valve covers off and the timing cover off, and then of course the water pump and stuff to get to the timing cover. But the rest of the whole long block stayed in the car to swap cams. So the old LS motors. This was when I was at School of Automotive Machinist. That was a big, huge selling point to those because I mean, you could do a cam swap in a weekend, or
Damn.
even at the drag strip. Be like, hey, I don't like this cam. Let's try the other cam. See if we run a tenth faster or whatever. It's like so cam swaps on the LS motors was that, but by doing that, that also advanced cam technology to the nth degree because now people could order a cam, get it in on Friday, put it in their car on at the racetrack even, run it all weekend and give feedback, yay or nay. If they didn't like that cam, they're ordering another cam on Monday. You know,
Yep.
cam manufacturers loved that. Plus, they didn't have to harden the cam as much because it's got a roller lifter.
So one thing I liked about Big Block Chrysler is that you could change out intake manifolds, and you didn't have to worry about losing any coolant because
Oh, okay, yeah, had its own
there
crossover.
didn't have any crossover. And uh, reason I remember because when I was racing on dirt, I actually changed out intake manifolds in the pits between races.
You didn't like this one, you swapped to the other one, huh?
Believe it or not,
It,
for some reason,
it just, I think stuff like that helps that particular manufacturer get a leg up on that particular technology. If you don't have
yep,
to do as much to make the swap happen,
right,
people's going to get a faster feedback. This intake's better than that intake 6 months from now or next year. somebody else, Edelbrock or whoever, makes another intake, you can bolt right on. Same with
Yeah.
those cams. You know,
Right.
um,
And
what
that was
we
one.
found out with those LS motors, the pedal feel on those LS motors, the pedal feel was built into the pedal because it had a purely the way the hydraulic clutch pedal worked. You didn't feel the clutch. The pedal feel was built into the pedal,
Huh.
and so it actually made adjusting the clutches more difficult. You actually had to do it with feeler gauges. But we like at the School of Automotive Machinists, that was the first thing that that was week one when you got to actually go work on the race car. You know, somebody was already from the previous group showing you how to you got to do this and this, and forget about the pedal feel. This is how we adjust it. We do it with feeler gauges, and then this other little adjustable thing that's on the throwout bearing.
Right.
You
But I
know,
was going to say that was one thing about with that Charger that I was racing. For some reason, it did not like the 4 barrel AFB I was running, but
yeah.
it loved the 2 barrel. I actually had better response and more power out of the 2 barrel than I did the 4 barrel.
Higher velocity with the fuel, keeping the fuel in suspension in the intake charge.
Could be, but
That's
like
got to
I said,
be a good chunk of it. You
right.
know,
But all I know is that it would
and maybe the
fall out.
AFBs just weren't great carburetors. I don't know.
AFB was a damn good carburetor considering the fact that
Yeah.
that's what Edelbrock is making now. They're making
Okay.
Edelbrock took
A
over.
clone of that. Yeah.
It's they actually bought Carter out. So if you get a Edelbrock carburetor, it's all based off of the
AFB.
Carter AFB, which is aluminum 4 barrel.
And I'm sure the technology has changed too. The usage of the application of the technology.
Right.
How do we jump from 2 to 5 on this viewers?
I,
Maybe
I
some
don't
of the
know.
people jumped off of the other live and came back. I don't know.
I don't know, but yeah, it's getting to be like quarter to 11,
Yeah, it is getting late. I've been trying to wrap it up for 10 minutes or so.
and I haven't even I got trash and everything I gotta get done tonight.
All right. Well, I at least got to steal dinner before I came on the live, but ran by the local bowling alley. They have a brisket sandwich. I order the brisket sandwich, no bun, and get the green beans. Totally fits my keto except for the beer. The beer is only 3 carbs per can, so I guess I do all right. Keeps me slim enough. But yeah, let's wrap it up. Good night, everybody. It's been like 3 hours and 42 minutes. I think I've averaged like 2 viewers the whole time, but it's better than nothing.
Hey, I appreciate you having me up.
I appreciate you coming on because it's hard to hold a conversation by yourself.
Yeah,
Otherwise, you're just waiting on people to type something into the chat,
yep.
and
Hey,
it's hard to have
hey,
a conversation just that way.
hey, right, just hey, don't forget, Mondays and Wednesdays I go live. So if you want, come
Mondays
on
and
over.
Wednesdays. Okay.
I'll get you up on panel.
Okay, I'll jump on. You know, I know. And once are you a subscriber to the StreamYard, or are you still like a me on the free side?
I'm not subscribed. I'm still on the free.
Okay. I think there's an option once you subscribe that uh anybody you bring into the live can also post on their channel as well.
Right, I can do
So
that.
I've been contemplating that.
Right, I can do that on mine now if I want to.
Okay.
I
I
can,
it,
all I
it
can do is hit the switch and everything, and it'll let
okay.
So, like if you're up there on panel, and you could
Yeah.
actually stream it also onto
Stream to
yours.
my channel. Yeah.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying. I just didn't know, some people don't like me. I don't know how to do it, or it just don't. I know it's more available with the paid streaming service, but yeah.
Yeah,
Uh,
you can still do it on the free one.
okay. I didn't know how to do it. You might have to talk me through it later. But
Yep.
yeah, I mean, I know there's been times I've jumped on other people's lives, and seems like I get more hours the next day, and then at least I always get more subscribers if I get on somebody else's, like Bear Rose or somebody. But
Right.
you know, uh, th- I, since I started into the live stream community here, it gets me more involved with YouTube. without
Yep.
having to work so hard. Because I mean, there's nothing like spending 30 hours or 40 hours editing a video and 5 people watch it or 10 people watch it the first day. You know,
What I
you get
what I
you
hate
might get
is
you might get half an hour watch time. And you spent 30 hours editing.
yeah. Well, what really gets me is you get maybe say 100 views, but you only get like 10 thumbs up.
Well, that too, or the I had one that had 40 views, had a half an hour view time after 3 hours of streaming.
Well,
Like,
I've had
how do I
one
have
that
40 views? I at least had 6 people the whole time. It's the algorithm thing is even telling me I had 6 people the whole time. Did a 2 or 3 hour stream, and I have a half hour view time.
you know
That's
it depends
YouTube
on,
math, algorithm
it
math.
depends on how many people are staying. Because I know if you got, I think they said if you got at least 2 minutes to watch, that's considered watch time.
A watch time if they stay for 2 minutes.
Right.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, like Chris was saying, one view is 2 minutes.
One of my buddies jumped on. I actually almost sold this guy a camper a couple years ago. Kind of wish I had just given it to him.
But yeah, there's a lot of things that go in on the algorithm as far as dealing with YouTube and everything.
Yeah, yeah. It still has helped grow my channel. You know, and they say the closer you get to being monetized, the more exponentially the growth is. And I am seeing it. Yeah, it took me forever and a day to break my first 100 subscribers. By the end of the next year, I was at 490. So call it 500.
Yeah,
Now I'm at 670 or something. I mean, and of
I
course,
think.
sometimes it rocks back and forth, but
Yeah, I think last time. Let me. Yeah, it's saying I'm like at 530.
530 on the subscribers.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're getting there. I mean,
Oh yeah.
the once you hit that 600, it starts growing even more, and once you hit 700, it grows more. I get it. Uh, I've watched 6% pass me up
Now
since
the weird
since
thing
since
about
I
it
did my
is,
sticker exchange with him. I could actually probably watch my old sticker exchange video, and
yeah,
I mean, he was like three something, and now he's got 3,000 hours of view time, and I barely broke 1,000 last month.
I'm over 4,000, and I've been over 4,000 for well over a year as far
Just
as watch time.
did you start live streaming early on, or
Yeah,
okay? I didn't know about that until like last month.
right. When I
You know,
I've actually been live streaming for about 2.5, almost 3 years.
okay,
Basically,
yeah,
since
I
I've
just
had the channel started.
flat didn't know about it. But what's funny is I even like if somebody was on TikTok or some other, I have done a similar name or pretty much the same name over all the other, you know, uh, you know, multimedia accounts. So if it's TikTok or whatever I'm on, I have the same name over all of them, and I'll always jump into the comments and try to get that person who's on the live to read my name of my channel as many times as possible. I'm that guy.
Yeah,
Just try to be entertaining, try to be funny, making jokes. I try not to be rude to anybody. It's to try to stay apolitical, which is hard sometimes. But
yeah,
uh, because I mean,
yeah, right.
I'm a normal, level-headed person, but
And that's for me. It was like I'm trying to keep it lighthearted and funny. Stick around
yeah.
with doing the jokes and everything. Not only on my channel, but when I'm in someone else's stream and everything, they all know it's like, oh boy, there's Mater and
You
everything.
know what's funny? I mean, you've jumped onto probably every one of my live streams. I was over here welding on the the firewall, jumped in.
Yep,
I had like one person or 2 people, and then you jumped in. I was like, I wish I'd have just jumped on and was like, what I really need is to be able to be wireless headset and have somebody while I'm working on the truck read the comments to me and
yep,
help me keep the conversation going. So because I really, I hate being here doing this when I should be there doing that. But
yep,
if I could do both and have people entertained, I think the install of the engine, we had a good chunk of people, like 10 or 12 people stayed through a good chunk of the 3-hour stream. My brothers were both in there heckling me, which it worked. They're giving me crap about it. It's like, put down your purse, Nancy. Yeah, it, it it was like I needed one more person here to help push and shake and rock, and I'd go under the truck. I almost knocked the thing off the dadgum jack stands while I was under it.
I
That
remember that.
that was a that would have been a bad evening. It would have been a live stream snuff event, snuff film instead of a live stream. But
I remember that. It's like, okay, how much longer is it going to be before he's going to start letting all the wrong words come out?
I probably let a few slip. My wife counted a few for me, and I was like, that considering how long I struggled with that, that's not too bad. Yeah, I remember letting one slip, and I was like, well, we're not in first 15 minutes of the live stream anymore. It's not like it's a video short form. You know, it's like I'm sure the algorithm gives less cares about curses slipping out at 2.5, 3 hours into a live stream.
Yeah. Well,
But
I do know, right. For me, I try to keep mine, as they say, clean and family
yeah,
friendly.
I was
But
trying.
now I will admit that um, I think it was Wednesday, either Monday or Wednesday, yesterday. Now Monday, I was doing a live stream, and someone actually came in and they made a remark about something, and it's like, I'm sorry, but I did let the F bomb drop
Right?
and a few other choice words because of the subject that they brought up.
Uh-oh.
It's kind of gotten under Crystal and myself's skin about some
Okay.
crap and everything that's going on. And it's like, no, you don't effing bring that. And unfortunately, that person was a moderator, and key word is there
Was your moderator?
was one of my moderators,
Oh
and
goodness.
they got their wrench taken away.
Okay. That's another thing. I think I could use some moderators, or at least somebody to jump in the live and, like I said, read through so I can hear the comments. You know.
Well, I know that right now I'm looking, and Mandy is the only moderator I see that's put something in chat.
Well, I didn't know I even had made her a moderator, but I don't. Like I said, I probably don't even know how to set up a moderator. And
Uh,
but
well, I can, it's easy.
um, okay, talk me through it here.
Okay, now you see where I put something in on the YouTube side
This is
just
hello.
now.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
The
Basically,
three the three
you go
buttons,
to the
huh?
three dots and click on it, and it should be down at the bottom
It
where it
says
says Add
put user
Moderator.
in timeout, ban user, delete comments, and I guess the last one I can't see right now is make moderator.
Should be.
I don't see the third option.
There should be four on there.
I'm only seeing two options right now. Put user in timeout. I actually had to delete somebody's comments a while back. It was a employee that I fired, and he decided to go in every possible location and try to slander me.
Yeah.
So he's now blocked from my YouTube channel.
Yeah,
Which
it's
I
like
mean,
what right. It's like what Crystal's saying. Make sure that whoever you got is a standard mod and not an administrative mod
okay,
also. Because an
there we go.
administrative mod has more power. Basically,
There
they
we
can
go.
do the same thing that you can do.
Okay, okay,
Whereas a regular moderator, like Mandy, they can go in there, they can, put someone in timeout, block them,
okay.
whatever.
Yeah, and probably even private message them or whatever and tell them, hey, you're being inappropriate or whatever.
Actually,
But
no, I mean,
they kind of didn't can't even do that. Or I
well,
need to
see, like,
probably watch more videos on how more of the live streaming stuff works.
right. But now, like for me, like right now, I can actually send you something in private chat
Yeah,
through
I
stream.
see the private chat part. Yes.
Right. So if I wanted to, I could send you a message that only you and anybody else in panel can watch or that
Okay.
they can view. Yep.
And that went straight to you, or yep, there you go. I see it. Yep. Yeah.
So,
Okay.
but
We're at
like
the end
I
of the
said,
stream anyway, but yeah, I don't know
but like
how we have 4 and 5 and 6 and back to 4, but thanks everybody for coming by. Steel Sky, and that's your wife, and if Mandy's still in here, I don't know. I don't see your comments anymore. And then
Andy's
Patriot
still.
Custom Auto, he stopped by for towards the very end here.
Yep. But yeah, I mean, like I said, you should be able to just go over there and click on the three little dots
I,
and
like I said, I'm only getting 2 options right now, and
huh,
maybe I just need to update something in here. You know,
maybe.
I I I I did the rudimentary. I watched enough to get on there and actually be able to set up a live stream and schedule it, and you know, and then it kept telling me, well, if you do this, the paid version, you could do da da da. Da. I was like, well, that's not what I'm trying to do right now. I'm just trying to get on live streams. You
Right.
know, maybe in the future as things keep growing, I'll do that.
Yeah.
So,
But
and
yeah,
burning the night.
I
Oh,
gotta
she's
shut
saying
things.
good night all.
Yeah. Yeah, I gotta shut things down out here and get inside and
Yeah, I
I
got
got.
to pack this laptop back up and bring it back to work in the morning.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you having
All
me
right.
in.
I appreciate everybody for coming on. I appreciate your conversation. Uh, I'm gonna have to study up on some more, flight or naval history, and we'll pick a topic and go for it. But you know, I think we both kind of tend to lean that way. I don't know if it's interesting for everybody else, but I've dragged my wife and sons to several aviation museums. Well, I mean, the Lexington is partially an aviation museum because it's on flat top, but you know, and then the other one was in over there towards Lincoln, Nebraska. But yeah, that's my thing. I love aviation history. I love naval history. Military history in general. I mean, that
Now
was probably
you got to
my
say now
brother.
you're to go to
My brother's
Galveston.
mate. One of my brother's majors was actually military history. But yeah, I've got to go. I would love to go to Galveston and pay to go walk under the battleship Texas and see the tour. And I know they've got some of the those anti-aircraft guns are actually not on the ship right now. They've been restored and they're in storage, and then there's several of them that have are been taken off the ship, but haven't been restored yet, as
Right.
last I heard. But I mean, some of those components were built and machined. The gears inside those that move those gun turrets, they were built. There was no replacement parts ever built for those.
A lot of them were actually built on the ship itself in the machine shop.
That's possibly true too. I mean, the gears in them may not have been the original gears from the factory. It was a somebody make us a new one now,
Yeah.
and they got made in the machine shop,
Yep.
especially
You got,
battleships and stuff. That's why they had machine shops.
right. You got to consider that she's the last dreadnought around. So there's no others in
Period.
existence anymore.
They've
And the weird thing about it is Texas is a New York class battleship. But,
isn't that ironic, right?
but now but the weird thing about it, she was actually even though she was laid down second, she was actually the first one to be commissioned.
That's neat. That they started building the other one first, and then she was actually finished first.
Yep.
Interesting. I
And
love that kind of
served
history.
not only World War One, but also World War II, and fought in the Atlantic and Pacific.
Both. That's amazing.
Yep.
So
She
she
was in.
did she cross the Panama Canal, I'm assuming?
Yep. She actually did go through the Panama Canal. Uh, the first thing, besides escort duty, the first major thing was landing at D-Day.
Yeah.
So she actually was one of the ships that bombarded the
Wow.
emplacements and then later on wound up
On
being.
D-Day, that was the Normandy invasion.
Mm-hmm.
Um, my father-in-law, my second wife's dad, he was a Normandy invader that survived the invasion.
Yep.
You know,
And on top of that, she was also in the bombardment of Iwo Jima,
wow. Yeah, like you said, she fought in both Pacific and
the
that's
Atlantic
just
and Pacific.
yeah, that's amazing. So
And
the
we're
beginning of
lucky
the war and the end of the war, you
And
know,
the weird thing about it was, on December 7th, she was actually stationed in Seattle, I think.
wow. So
So
it was on the
she
West
could
Coast,
have.
but it came back around to be part of the Normandy invasion, and then
Right.
at the end, still wound up at the Pacific at the
Mhm.
Japanese.
Yep.
Wow. They moved
And
that ship
only
everywhere.
and actually only had one casualty.
Wow. How?
There was I forget which I think it was off of Normandy that she got attacked and one person got killed. That's it.
Wow. That's it. Well, I know there's if you follow the Fat Electrician's YouTube channel,
No, no.
he does military history stories and he makes them very entertaining. Uh, the dude owns several thesauruses that aren't available to the public apparently. So he has a very entertaining way of making any story funny. But he does one story about the battleship Texas. There was a situation where they had run out of targets inland,
Hmm.
and so they flooded the ballast tanks on one side of the ship to
Oh, to
give
get
it
the extra range.
further reach inland.
Yep.
So they call that video is called the Gangsta Lean.
That was actually at Normandy,
Yeah,
and they did it again at Iwo Jima. Now,
because
now,
at that point they were like, "Hey, it works. Let's do it again."
uh, now, are you familiar with the channel The History Guy?
History guy. I'm familiar with Strange History.
No, it's
History
this one
guy.
is it's The History Guy, and he actually has about two or three on Battleship Texas. He actually talks about the Kavala and Shakaku,
Okay.
and he's got all kinds of weird history
Okay.
stories.
There we go. D-Day USS Texas at the Omaha Beach.
Hmm.
There we go.
So yeah, I mean, I'd go, if you want, you go check his channel out.
All right, we'll do. Well, hey, you know what? We're at way past 4 hours. I think all of our wives are jumped off of here. It's time to wrap this up. I've
Yeah,
enjoyed the conversation. I'm glad you jumped on. We're having a conversation, even if they're not. Uh, all they had to do is type in something and help us change topics sometimes. But
yep.
uh, we need more participation from the audience next time, or more
And
people to jump on. Maybe we can get uh, Pickle to jump into one of our streams and give us a story on why they were at the emergency room. Uh,
as long as he stays off a ladder.
apparently, there was a ladder related incident. So I can't hire him at my yard because my guys do have to climb ladders occasionally. Uh, in fact, I just ordered two more scaffolds last week, and they just came in today. So yeah, that's. So I want to hear this story. Fortunately, he wasn't able to share it with us. It would have
Yep.
been a great story to add. Would have been a great story to add a couple weeks ago when I said the bad decisions make great stories. But anyway, we're gonna wrap this up, close this out. Thank everybody for coming. Even if you're not here now, maybe you'll come back and watch the rest of the live stream later. I don't know. I've had a few live streams that now have like 400 views. Had 10 people in the initial and now has 400 views. I don't know how, but I think it's got a whole whopping extra hour out of those 400 views. But what'd she say? 2 minutes makes a view. So,
Yep.
yeah, I
Yeah.
thank everybody for
Yeah.
coming
Yeah.
and staying
Rich.
for at
Yeah.
least two
Right.
minutes. Do what?
I'm seeing
Oh,
what
good night,
Rick
ladies.
put in there. Good night, ladies. Yeah, right.
Did he just come back or is he still here?
I don't know, but hey, I'm not. Even though I like
Not
Pontiacs,
criticizing. He was here for 2 minutes earlier.
anyway, I was gonna say, even though I like a certain model of Pontiac, I'm not a trans.
Well, as long as it's not one of the rainbow transes.
No,
Just
no,
let
no,
you
no,
know.
no, 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 no. Oh
No, we're
no.
talking about Trans Ams, I think, the car.
Yeah.
All right. I'm slowly learning more and more about the old poncho motors. I saw them when I was at the automotive machinist school, and the exhaust ports that were cast into the iron heads had some impossible angles and stuff. But
You
apparently,
know,
they make good torque.
if you keep bringing up more subjects, this stream will keep going and going.
It's time to wrap it up. Maybe I should make Pontiacs, do some studies on Pontiacs before my next live stream, and invite some of these people that love those stupid Pontiac motors and into my next live stream, and maybe we can get an argument going. And because I mean, that's probably what we need is a good argument going. As long as it's not about port vacuum versus manifold vacuum, I think we can get a good conversation going. I was ready to hang on both the other day. He did it in 2 different live streams this week. Yeah, I know.
I haven't
All right,
seen either
let's wrap
one.
this up. Y'all behave. We'll see y'all in the next one.
All right. Good night, everybody. Y'all
Good
stay
night,
safe.
everybody.